The opinions expressed of this show are for entertainment purposes and should not be misconstrued or interpreted as fact. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! Here he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nusquash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97, home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one, all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no, Fanatical Jim.
Started from the corner, Peter Low Shack. Legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter, and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quick to trip. But we say we be pubbing. Bet them with the bag and you love it. We want it top tier, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, April 25th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. I fell asleep. Got about a little over 4 hours last night. Feel like a new man. I understand Paco Healy is predicted a cardiac event in my future. I will do my best not to have that happen too soon. Shout out to all of you guys in the chat. I didn't have a lot of action yesterday. I think that is part of the reason why I was able to go to sleep. But the action didn't go well. It's such a fine line between success and failure. And I thought the Lightning were going to tie that up at 1. And then I would have had a monster night. That's how close it was. But Senators went to overtime and lost. So I went 0-3 in NHL. I'm going to get that money back today. But I'm going to keep it clean, I expect, in NHL. NBA, another winning day in NBA. New York Knicks, my only bet, took it to the bank. We're running as nice as I've ever run in NBA, and let's just keep that going and not talk about it too much. MLB, very small amount of action, but my last 2 bets lost. I opened with that winner, first 3 under 2.5, Chicago White Sox, Minnesota. So I am ready to fire away. I'm ready to fire away. And I'm excited to be here. I'm thankful to be here, and I feel much better than the shaky mess that I've been all week long. And I apologize for the mess that I've been. But you guys know what it is and what it isn't. There is so much on the line. And when it gets to baseball season, it's very difficult to deal with the amount of numbers and the decisions that we have to make. And it's a marathon. And every day there's a huge slate, except for Thursdays, which is a bit of a reprieve. I feel like a new capper. I'm so ready to attack the board. We have 3 games in NHL we're going to go through quite quickly, and then we're going to roll into Major League Baseball. We have Jose Bouquett and Wine Time Sports ready to rock and roll. And then we have both Wine Time and Billy Brisbane for the NBA playoffs. It's great to see all of you guys. We have AM here on the Phillies Cubs over 8. That game pops off at 2:20 p.m. That game pops off in an hour, 2 hours and 16 minutes. We are going to have lots of time to attack that. Let me get all this copied and pasted here. We got the truth teller in the house. Sir Mackey ready to get to work. Rez Mob ready to go. Tori Coker says, what a day last night. Tori, I was thinking about you when the Panthers won. That was the only saving grace. Clippers -5.5. You guys got me off of the Nuggets. Thank you very much for that. Memphis +9.5 and Knicks first half. What a wild game. What a wild game the Grizzlies game was. It really affected me not watching it because I didn't live bet the Thunder, which I said I was going to do, and I didn't do it. Stupid. And then it was just too late. It happened that you blinked. But I still could have, even at the start of the fourth, you could have got the Thunder +2.5. I don't know why I didn't do that. Just jealousy that I didn't have a better line, I get. Celtics under 198 for Rez Mob. That total's going up a little bit. I'm already on the Magic team total over, and I want more. We got Tori Coker and Sir Mackey here moving on. Bucks third quarter for Tori. And then we have Sir Mackey on the Cubbies run line. We're going to talk all that out. Let me make sure I got this all copied and pasted so we can move quickly and get to MLB very, very soon. Rez Mob got paid on those Knicks. I love to see it. Truth teller ready to get to work. It's great to see all of you guys here in the chat. Gorky ready to go. Great to see you guys. Great to see all of you guys. So here we go. Let me make sure that I got everybody's action. Frank, Virginia on the Cubs -2, Detroit -2. Parlay says we're getting paid today, says our guy Frank, Virginia 87. Ready to get to work. Ross Pitts, Serious Business. Ken Mizrahi, Slow Jams Arsenal. Jake Burns here, ready to go. We have the nuke worker, Barry Smith, said dogs bit last night in hockey. So I imagine that you were cashing, Barry. Look, great to have you back in business with you, Barry. We've missed you the last couple of days. Perky ready to go. It is the Phillies for Perky. Let's get, wrong button. Let's get this all copied and pasted so we can begin the National Hockey League here. Ronnie Lofton in the house. Shout out to our guy, Gorky, blessing our action. Gorky, my man, what a guy he is. Sancho! That's a good sign. Sancho ready to rock. Timos ready to go. Saturday just wonder if we can rent Shadur's legendary room for Jose today. Can you believe? Well, I mean, I know some people had expected it and predicted it, but I was still absolutely shocked that Shadur wasn't picked in the first round. I don't know why. I should just listen to everybody. Early D-Gen special for Slow Jams is Phillies money line. My man Coin ready to get to work. D Jenkins ready to eat. Let's get this all locked down. Obviously, when you're winning at a sport, it becomes so much more fun. And I just want to talk NBA for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours right now. It's just one of those things here. We got Irish King ready to roll. Andrew G cashing with the Knights team total under. Yes, Nasty Nate says, can we get a shout out to Anthem TV? Anthem TV, thank you for rocking with us. Great to have you guys rolling with us. Troy Torrance, Roy Bauman says, aloha from Hawaii.
That felt genuine, Jimmy.
Yes. Yes, I got a few hours sleep. I'm a much nicer person and kinder.
And I'm glad that you did.
Yeah, thank you. We do not want Paco Healy's predicted cardiac event. Twisted 247, 24/7, ready to go. Slow Jams, Arsenal, Sharon Polium, Justin McKelvey. There it is. I was like, God damn. Give me Justin Stacks play today or we do not move forward. Good God. There's something to be said about consistency in life. There's something to be said about knowing, what your friend is gonna do. It's one of the joys of life is consistency and having friends and colleagues who are consistent in that fashion. And there's Justin McKelvey Stacks play day. Through sickness, through fire, through storm, Justin McKelvey gives us the Stacks play today. And let's just start out with Stacks video. It doesn't matter what goes on in this man's life, he delivers the Stacks play of the day. Cash rules everything around us. Cream, get the money.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
Any fucking coincidence? Stacks play today's Vladdy Guerrero, and I'm wearing his Expos jersey. It's gonna cash. Is what that means. Wager Detective cashing on the St. Louis Blues. We have Crystal Craig in the house, and Billy Friedrich says, "Damn, no love for Stacks or Pig Milk plays of the day." Where is? Okay, I don't have Pig Milk play today. Where is it? I do know, and it's on the top of my. Look at this. This is the top two things here on my spreadsheet or my worksheet, not my spreadsheet. These are the top two things here, and it's this. The top two things, just the first things I wrote here on my. There is this. It's Joey Harb and Pig Milk wins again. Those are the first two things. Pig Milk cashing with the Leafs. BJ's best bet is on the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks. Can't wait to talk all about that. So I guess you guys posted it early. I don't know. There it is. Pig Milk. There it is. Pig Milk. Pig Milk right there. Nats plus 1.5. Fate of the Mets moving to a new city with a 7-game win streak. I didn't know that was happening.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy.
I don't care about. I don't care about what happened yesterday, except for that, Jose.
Plus 158 money line, minus 110, plus 1.5. It's just sitting there for us.
Wow. So that does also mean, it means a couple things. One, we got to come up with a name for the 7+ game winning streak, switching cities. It is 2-0, plus 2.16 units. So we got to do all that. Mally Mal, Wager Detective. All of you guys here, thank you for joining us. Ross Pitt says Pacers a +5. All right, let's get to work, fellas. This isn't going to take long. I know we all want to talk Major League Baseball and the NBA. I'm just going to roll us through the National Hockey League right now. So let's get to work. 0-3 day yesterday. They're going to happen. But I'm not in the black overall on the season because of it. And we're 565 bets in. I've promised and guaranteed blackness. Black is beautiful. Let's get to the black. And we must do that here today. So I'm keeping things clean. We got Dutch Boy Fresh in the house as well. Shout out to Dutch Boy Fresh. Let's roll here. So game 1, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Washington Capitals 51-22-9, 25-13-3 on the road at the Montreal Canadiens, 40-31-11, 23-12-6 at home. Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. There is our guy saturated in the house. We have Logan Thompson going up against Sammy Montembeault. Logan Thompson was very good this year, record-wise. 2.49 goals against, average 9-10 save percentage is sort of pedestrian, but this series, he's been very good. 2-0, 1.47 goals against, average 9.51 save percentage, and he stood on his head in the third period. My guy Mikey P in the house, and the NHL pool is updated. Okay, so when this is done, when my 3 breakdowns are done, Jose's going to come in. We'll talk about the NHL pool briefly because I don't know the updated things. Thank you for that, Swiggy. And then we will roll into the Major League Baseball. Sammy Montembeault has been great as well. 2.49 goals against, average 9.21 save percentage. Okay, so let's go. Mal says Ottawa equals swept. Told you alone looked weird. Leafs money line. A line looked weird. Look, hey, you got there in overtime. Wasn't a clean beatdown, but you got there, and I'm happy that you got there, Mal, as well as our friend Billy Friedrich. If I'm going to lose money, I'd like my friends to make money. Washington power play 23.5%, penalty killing 82%. In the playoffs so far, their power play is 33.3%, penalty killing 75%. And I'm with you, AM. I will be on the Sens in game 4. Montreal power play 20.1 and 80.9 in the regular season. In the series, it's 25% and 66.7%. So here we are, Friday night, Montreal in the Bell Center. The strip clubs are going to be packed. There's going to be contact dances happening nonstop. They're happening right now. The contact dances have started in Montreal. Cheap contact dances, too. The last time we had a playoff hockey with a full crowd in Montreal was 2017. That 2021 crazy run to the Stanley Cup final, we had the pandemic restrictions, limited capacity, so there's only 3,500 people allowed there. Montreal is going to be electric. Montreal is going to be alive. I wish I could be there. Just the energy in the city is going to be popping. Now, can they deliver is the question. Cedric says, tell us about heating up loonies. That's an Alberta thing. That's horrific. This doesn't happen in Montreal. There's no hit, but there are contact dances, which we can talk lots about. Capitals won 2 very close games in Washington, 3-2 in overtime in game 1 and 3-1 in game 2. Right now, the Montreal Canadiens are plus 103. They're plus 103. They open up at plus 104. There's been no movement on the total here. We have it depends. You can kick a 5.5 heavily juiced to the over. Now, it opened up at 5.5, a legitimate number, minus 118 to minus 114. Then yesterday morning, at about 7 in the morning, it moved to 6. Now it's a 6 minus 120 to the under. So that, again, is your choice, whether you want the juiced over 5.5 or you want the juiced under 6. It's up to you. In game 2, Connor McMichael looked very good. Dylan Strome, they each scored a minute apart early in the second period. McMichael added that empty netter, which got me the -1. I talked myself into the -1 when we capped that game together. Logan Thompson stepped up in the third period, huge, because the Capitals dominated the second period. Outshot the Habs 18-8, but it looked worse than that. And, there is Washington is very uncomfortable with how the third periods have gone. This is the tightest 2-0 series that we've seen. The other 2-0, and I guess you could say Winnipeg, St. Louis. And what did we see from St. Louis in game 3? So now, yes, the Habs have come back heavy in the third. But look at this. Listen to this stat. The Caps have a 23-8 advantage in high danger shots on goal through 2 games. Washington outshot Montreal 50-33 in the first 2 periods of the game. Had a 73-56 advantage in shot attempts during the first 2 periods in the first 2 games. So what happened in the third? What's happening in the third? In the third, Montreal's outshot Washington by a combined 28-12. A 69-32 advantage in shot attempts. And it doesn't make sense because Washington was the second best team in third periods all season long. Their 39 plus 39 goal differential in the third period was second best in the NHL behind the Vegas Golden Knights. The Canadiens have been the comeback kids all season long. They tied with the Flames and the Flyers for the third most or for the most, third period comeback wins during the regular season. Look, with all this said and done, I don't believe the risk reward is enough on the Montreal Canadiens. They're small and they can be pushed around. I just don't believe the risk reward. I don't want to bet and also the Capitals are on high alert. Look what's happened in 2 third periods. So I have to win money tonight, and I'd like to win a lot of money tonight. And I'm keeping things clean. So I do not believe that there's a risk reward for me to bet the Habs. I don't really want the Caps in game 3. I want to watch it. I don't really want to bet an under when I see it slightly moving towards the over, and we've had 2 very low-scoring games. And look, these aren't picks. These are bets. I just don't feel like betting this. I don't feel like I have an edge. There's one game, and you guys know the game that I feel like I have an edge, and I'm going to focus on that game. So Joe Walsh says, what do you think about Canadiens plus 2.5 games at plus 160? It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. You either have to sweep in Montreal or win a game in Washington. Are you capable? Are the Habs capable of doing that? It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable. All right, let's roll on here. No action for me. And look, there's nothing more important than winning. And I don't, where's the edge? If you have an edge here, I respect that. I don't feel like I do. Joe Walsh says, I hear you. I've been sitting on all night. Look, Joe Walsh, the one thing you are getting is a risk reward. A plus 160 means you don't need to bet any more games in the series, but you have to win the night. I just don't think it's enough. The respect play of the day here. Celtics under 208. What? It's not 208. Hit us again with that, because the total's not 208, right? Right? Come on. If the total has gone up to 208, then I've already cashed. I could just go get paid for my team total over 96. Is it 201? Sorry, respect. Am I tripping? Let me know. Let me know if I'm tripping out. I'm sort of in hockey mode. All right, let's roll on to game 2 here. Oh, you mean 198? He probably means 198. Okay, let's roll on to game 2 here. 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the East first round game 3. Carolina up 2-0 in the series. Hurricanes 47-30-5 in the regular season. 16-21-4 away. The Devils 42-33-7. I don't think it's Jaylen Brown, Mal, isn't it? Drew? I believe it's Drew that's questionable with the knee injury. Jaylen Brown said he's going to go for 40. Well, he implied. He didn't use the number. Let's go. Ken Mizrahi says, not impressed with Quebec government banning Go Habs Go signs on public buses because it's in English. Wow. That's ridiculous. JW is on the Habs. Here we go. JW is on the Habs here. So we got somebody moving on this game. But let's talk Markstrom and Freddie Anderson. Freddie Anderson, he's been tagged in the last 15 minutes. Is that true? 198. Okay, thank you, Rez. Okay, so we got 198 here. Let me copy that here, 198. And have this locked and loaded for the respect play of the day. All right, and I know you guys want to talk baseball, basketball, but let's talk puck a little bit longer here because it's the playoffs, baby. Game 2, Freddie Anderson's looked very good throughout this series so far. This man only was in 22 games in the regular season and did not look good. He has stepped up here. He has the confidence of his squad. 1 goals against average, 960 save percentage. Markstrom hasn't looked so bad. 2.52 goals against average, 930 save percentage in the playoffs. I think he's a very pedestrian average goaltender. Carolina's power play, 18.7% in the regular season, 83.6% penalty killing. That's what you're going to get from the Hurricanes. In the playoffs, it's 16.7. It's gone down, but their penalty killing has been perfect at 100%. The Devils, 28.2% power play. It's not real. That's not a real number without Jack Hughes in the lineup. They haven't scored on a power play yet in this series. They come into Jersey, the Hurricanes, in complete control. Why wouldn't they? Rod, the Bob Brindamore coaching you. The toughest guy on the ice is the coach for the Hurricanes. This total of 5.5 opened up minus 135 to the under. Look at this. It's now just minus 112 to the under. We've had a massive move to the over in this hockey game. Very interesting. The over 5.5 at plus 118. Now the over 5.5 is at even money. That's huge. That's just a huge move, man. And I get it. And it's appealing. And I think it makes sense. Wow, that opens my eyes, man. Hurricanes opened up -157. They're now -161. Wow, God, I might have to follow that one. That's just so big, man. That is just such a big move. Drewski on the Devils money line and the Devils team total over. MMA locker room in the house says good day to be a Jaguars and Falcons fan. Great day to be a Jaguars fan for sure. Exciting season you guys have ahead of you. And let's roll into this one here. So the Hurricanes win game 1 4-1, game 2 3-1. Carolina, and we got to remember this. They're now 11-0 in game 2 after winning game 1, dating to its run to the Stanley Cup in 2006. Now, this is their last home series where they're going to have home ice advantage. So we can put that away until next year, but we must remember it. Jordan Martinook is rolling, man. He always plays the Devils tough, man. If you go back to that second round meeting 2 years ago, Martinook now has 4 goals and 9 assists with at least 1 point in all 7 of those games against the Devils. Maiden Philly says, I would only be betting Jersey Shore boys here. We have Jesper Bratt, who scored the lone goal. Markstrom picked up 25 saves in that last game. Look, Luke Hughes and Brendan Dillon not having them in the lineup is a big, big loss. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. And also, the Hurricanes were a bad road team this year. Bad. 16, 21, and 4. I mean, they win 16 games on the road in regulation out of 41. Bad road team. They were outscored 129-111 on the road. Interestingly, that it's interesting that they'd be that bad on the road. You know, you don't expect it from a defensive style team like they are. The Devils won both games in the regular season at the Prudential Center against the Hurricanes. And it's simple. Nico Hischier can get away from Jordan Staal. Of course, this over 5.5. God, I don't know why I didn't put this together, why I needed to see that market move to understand that. You keep Nico Hischier away from Jordan Staal. New Jersey's allowed 3.5 goals, 36.5 shots per game, and they're 0-5 on the power play. And that might not change. Jonas Siegenthaler is practicing. Hughes and Dillon missed game 2. And Keefe says that they're reassessing, but they'll likely not be in. Cholowski and Nemec will be in instead. So, with all that being said, I'm interested. Nate Dogg 420 and Nate Dogg 420 is on Carolina money line. Jarvis for a goal and Aho for an assist. Ricky Levine saying Kuzmenko making a huge difference on the power play with his speed. He sure is. And yes, I'm with you, Kong. I'm shocked about this. So we're gonna have to talk. And Siegenthaler is in, says Billy Friedrich. Okay, so I'm interested in the over. I wonder. I'm if I'm too late to the party. If this is a -110, if there's too much vig on it, I'll just let it go. Okay, so I get why you guys are on the Devils. I can't do it. I love Luke Hughes. You lose a couple defensemen. Now you get Siegenthaler back. Hasn't been in the lineup for a long time. You know, I can't do it. But I get it. I understand it. And those of you on the Devils, I get the risk reward. I think it's appropriate. All right, let's move on to, and then Billy Frick says, this is a game I bet to go to OT. I like that look too. Okay, here, let's go on to the final game on the board. So, I was just following all these people who are counting out the Oilers. And, we talked about whether or not you should bet the Oilers to win the series. Now, I don't even think the risk reward is very good. Plus 350. I mean, down 2-0 to win the series plus 350. It's crazy. I want to make a lot of money on this game, and I fear I haven't bet enough, honestly. I have $600 on this game, and I'm like, and I don't know exactly how to add except to move live. I got the Oilers on the -1 line at plus 131, and I have the Oilers team total over 3 instead of 3.5. I thought about the 3.5, and maybe I should have done the 3.5. Drewski saying the Kings in 7. Billy Friedrich says, what is the Oilers plus 1.5? Actually, if you could look that up, there's no way that'd be plus money to me, but take a look at this. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. It is the Edmonton Oilers -138. It's not, the line's not moving towards them. If you from people that aren't you guys, from people who are just like kind of rec gamblers and friends, they all think the Oilers are done. They're talking about all the problems the Oilers have and how the Kings are going to wax them. I got -126, which I thought was a ridiculous line. I got plus 197 on the puck line. It's now -138. I think this should be -160 on the total at a minimum. I think it should be -180. The over 6 is minus 109. Opened up at minus 106. Opened up minus 106. So we have a 3-cent move. There's Ergo Costic in the house. Great to see Ergo Costic. Abel Alvarez on the LA Kings. Irish King says the Kings are waxing him. Yes, after 2 games, they're waxing him. Limited benefits is Draisaitl anytime goal at plus 110. Jesus, Oilers plus 1.5. Okay, well, I'll bet that. Okay, well, that's my thank you, Billy. That's what I'll do. I'll take the Oilers plus 1.5 in the series. Okay, that's beautiful. That's a great future. That's a great way to add to the investment. Thank you, Billy. You've done this for me so many times. Thank you. My man, Christopher Ing in the house says, Derby Fever is coming. Are you doing the stream on Pubs or Razor's channel? It is a very, very important question you are asking, Christopher Ing. And the answer here, and we'll stop this because it's so important. The answer here is that that Razor has earned all of this. He's earned it. And talk to Jeff. Jeff completely understands. We don't go up against Razor in the Derby. We'll talk about doing co-productions in the Preakness as well as the Belmont. Razor is a great friend of the show. He has a racing show every single day of the week. And he's earned everything. And you respect in life people who earn things. And so I will be on Razor Sharp's channel for the Derby. And I'm very honored and thankful that he will have me. So you can catch me on Racing with Razor. Okay, back to the Oilers-Kings game. Thank you, Chris Ring. I can't wait to rock with you. So let's go. Ricky Levine says different Kings team on the road. Curious to see how they play. Limited Benefit says McDavid needs to show up. He went ghost last game. I wouldn't say ghost. Look, he's feeling it right now. He's feeling it. He understands the situation. AM says pass, pass, pass. This is what I believe is a gift to gamblers. There's no more honest sport than hockey. This is a gift to gamblers. So Darcy Kemper is going to Robert Cherry. This is getting to me, Robert Cherry now. Darcy Kemper, so far in the playoffs, has an 863 save percentage. Now Stuart Skinner has an 810 save percentage. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Get Pickard in there. Get him out of there. Now, if you want to stay with them, I'm fine with that as well. If you want to stay with Skinner, look, I don't mind, but I don't think Knobloch's going to do that. The LA Kings had the worst power play of any team that made the playoffs, 17.9%. We'll get into that more. They have a 50% power play here. We have a 50% power play from the LA Kings so far, and that perfect penalty killing. So last year, remember, this is the 4th time that these teams have met in the first round. Last year, the Kings scored no goals on the power play. They already have 5. Look, and they're up 2-0. Look, I get it. Okay, I get it. So let's break this down. The Kings have dominated the 2 games. They had the best home record in the league. They've scored 12 goals, 5 on the power play. Remember, this power play was ranked 27th in the National Hockey League and last of all these playoff teams. They won game 1, 6-5. Kempe had 2 third-period goals and 2 assists. Kopitar had a goal and 3 assists. Then in game 2, they win 6-2. Byfield scores again. God, I miss Ekholm. Kuzmenko scores for the 2nd straight game. Brant Clark gets his first playoff goal of many. He's a gamer. The Kings are using 5 forwards on the power play. Mark my words. Connor McDavid will score a shorthanded goal in this playoff round. The Oilers are going to try to attack this because the Kings don't have Drew Doughty back there kind of protecting things anymore. So look, they pick up Kuzmenko and they go on a run. The Kings had the best record in the regular season after the Kuzmenko pickup, 17-5. They have that power play. Kuzmenko, Kopitar, Byfield, Kempe, and Fiala. Look, it's full with scores. It's dynamic. And I said 0 for 12 last year in the first round. So the tables have turned. So, and they're upset. They're sad that that Doughty's not on the power play, but he understands what's going on. So that's great. That's great. Now, the Kings blew a 4-goal lead in game 1. They let a 3-goal lead slip in game 2. It was 3-2 early in the 3rd period. And this is what Chris Knobloch said. This is what Chris Knobloch said. He said, we've seen this team face difficult situations, a lot more difficult than it is right now. This is nothing. This is nothing. The Oilers can take care of this. Is this as difficult as it is being 3-0 down to the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup final? Now, sure, they didn't win that. It's not. This is what Knobloch said after that. We've seen this team face difficult situations, a lot more difficult than it is right now. There's no quit in this group. It's certainly not an ideal situation, but we certainly won't panic. And I'm not going to panic. The Oilers win tonight. And the Oilers win again on Sunday. Now, it'd be nice to have Ekholm in the lineup. I get it. It'd be nice to have Ekholm in the lineup. But that's about it. Fat Wally in with his NASCAR Talladega spot. So I know my addition. Thank you to Billy Friedrich. I'm going to add the Oilers plus 1.5 games in the series. And then I'll just save everything else for live action. Coin says Edmonton first period, team total over 1/2 plus 250, over 1s plus 135. How does Edmonton not score? Come out on fire in this situation. I agree with that. So, okay, let me make sure I got Wally. Wally's given us 4 outright winners in NASCAR. We are so lucky that this man comes into our chat and delivers. Pop this in. Here we go. JW says it's just the Kings time. Kings plus 115. They beat them 5-0 in Edmonton. This will be, they beat them 5-0 yeah. Okay. You're not talking about the playoffs, man. Sure, they beat them 5-0 in Edmonton. Are you talking about 2025 at least, J-Dub? He says this will be 4-2 Kings. It's going to make it fun. I would much prefer Coin the over 1. I'd much prefer that. Abel Alvarez on the Kings plus 1.5. Jeff Slaughter says, I need to recoup some money I blew on strippers yesterday. Need the Oilers here. Let's get it. So that is our NHL breakdowns for today. Gorky says, but it is terrible. Their goalie's not a pro goalie anywhere else. Gorky, correct me if I'm wrong, but they made the Stanley Cup final last year with him as their goalie. 7th game of the Stanley Cup final with him as their goalie, right? Look, he's not that good. Kemper's not that good. All right, that is the National Hockey League. Don't forget Fat Wally's Talladega Jack Link's 500 picks. He's got 16-1 on Wallace, 18-1 on Priest. What did I miss? 33-1 on who? I copied that. Oh, sorry. Bush is 16-1. Wallace 18-1 and Priest 33-1. Oh, Robert Jerry, I get it. AM says Kemper is good. Yeah, we can disagree on that. Okay. This is going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's get into Major League Baseball. We have a game popping off at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. We're being graced by our co-host here on Betting with the Bag, as well as the star of Say Hey Plays. As well, we are going to be graced by a capper who is running very, very hot here in Major League Baseball. He is 56.5%. Now, if he had have joined us in the morning section of Wednesday's show, he would be 28-20. So it's too bad that he didn't give out the Mets in his action there, because he would be doing even better. And he's doing even better with his action in totality. But for us, he's given us 46 bets. He's got a 12.17% ROI and average line of plus 100. Let's get together and let's get that. Cup-winning Kemper. That's what they said when they gave him away for fucking nothing, Gorky. AM. They said, hey, cup-winning Kemper, we don't need you on our hockey team anymore. That's what they called him. So, cup-winning Kemper. Yeah. And that was Stanley Cup, right? Not jockstrap that they were talking about. He didn't win a jockstrap contest in the shower for sudsing up. Okay, let's get back to work. Please welcome from our home studio in the Southtown 101, San Antonio, Texas, the best bar in Texas. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the show.
Howdy, Jimmy. Did we already go over the hockey pool?
No, let's do that right now. I'm all ears. I want to see what's up. Can you walk us through what's going on?
Of course, yes. I just want to, by the way, Jimmy, I want to tell you right now, some big men have to admit their mistakes. And that's when true character is shown. When mistakes are made and you can own up to and say, that's on me. And picking a shitload of defensemen this year did not work. It's on me. Bad pick by me. Bad decisions. That's on me, guys. A hand up.
I've never seen it done before, though. You're blazing your a new trail.
I tried something new, you know. I tried something new. But 1, 2, and 3 here, all tied at 61 points here. Our guy Big Show picks Salty Pete and Court. So is that 2 people that got in for free right there?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
There it is. Shout out to him. Shout out to them. And Troy, we'll get to you later, Troy. We're not done with the with that yet, but you wait your turn, Troy. Salty Pete, Big Show, and Court all 1, 2, and 3 there.
No, and Johnny Guns. So we have 3 of the top 4 got free entry.
Go, there you go.
And Crystal Craig, it's 7th. So 4 of the top 7.
So there you go. All 3 of those people tied for first. Johnny Guns a singular point behind them. And unfortunately, Jimmy, you right now sit at 16th.
Oh, it's I didn't pick top scores on each TI. But look, I need the Oilers to advance. But look, if it's a Dallas, if the Leafs make the conference final, Dallas, win the cup or make the cup, I will win.
I wish you luck.
I have a root.
And Jimmy, unfortunately,
yeah,
I'm all the way at the bottom with your mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the person who won last year was also last after round 1. I just wish I told my mom was going to have 10 Vegas and 10 Hurricanes. And I told her, I don't trust Vegas. She's heard all of that, but she can go. But then she added the 5 Lightning. And I was like, this is so risky. Are you sure you want to take this risk? And she did. She did. Can we go back to the top, though? Can we go back to the top? Shout out to Big Show picks in first place. Salty Pete and Court tied, and Johnny Guns 1 point back. There's going to be a lot of fun. So there we go. Kong's Clips NHL recap for me. Only the Oilers, but I think I might move on this over 5.5. I should have moved on. I just over 5.5 in that Carolina New Jersey game. Maybe I could look to it. If it's too, maybe I should just bet it right now during the show. Maybe I'll bet it during the show. If not, I'll make a decision around that. And then it's just for me, Oilers -1 to +131. Oilers team total over 3. I was worried that I hadn't invested enough money, that I'd done being a little bit safe. So thank you to Billy Friedrich. I'm adding the Oilers +1.5 at +180. JW says, I think Edmonton has switched to Pickard. That changes my pick. I believe that will be the case. But if they don't, I'll support that as well. Going with Skinner again back home. I don't think you can go wrong here, honestly. All right, let's get into Major League Baseball. Jose, my friend, it is great to see you. Great recap there. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, fresh off 60% in the regular season in college football. And that is the goal here in Major League Baseball. Never been done on a show that Pete or I have hosted. Has a capper come on weekly. This is twice a week, too, with this guy, and hit 60%. That is the goal in front of this man. Please welcome our friend, Wine Time Sports, in the house. Wine Time, what's good, man?
Jim in the bag, Jose Bouquett. Man, my guys right here. Good to see you guys. Happy Friday. Good to be here with you guys breaking down this MLB card, NBA card right after this. Got a lot of action today, Jim. This is an exciting Friday. Good games in the MLB. We got a loaded NBA card as well. Those 3 playoff games tonight. So looking forward to those. I'm excited to break it down with you guys, man. Let's get right to it.
Let's get after it. Also important here, God, I feel so much better than I have the last few days. All it takes is a tiny, tiny bit of sleep. I'm a new man. Billy Friedrich has Malcolm Wellmaker -112 as a max bet for him. And if you want to know more about Malcolm, our guy MMA Locker Room Mills has an interview with him. It was our showcase video 2 nights ago. Last night we had the big boxing match that Preston broke down. We'll put it back up, but you can get we have a one-on-one interview with MMA Locker Room and Malcolm Wellmaker, and now we have the interview and we know that Billy Friedrich's max betting it. So this seems like something I want to join in on. Respect to Malcolm for rolling with MMA Locker Room, and also Billy Friedrich making it his UFC play of the day. And Lil Domo in the house. I love Lil Domo. And Nasty Nate's already on, Malcolm. I love this. Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm moving to bet on it right now.
I'm in. Yeah, he graced us and rocked with us on our channel, and Billy's making it a best bet. So I'm
all right. I love it. I'm in officially. I got -120. Cameron Science Man is a fucking dead man because the well maker is coming for him.
I like this. I like all about this. All right, we have a lot of Chicago cappers in our chat. We have a lot of Philly cappers in our chat.
I'm glad that they're all going to be here now for wine time to wax poetically about them, because this line is an indication of how good they are.
Wine time speaks very highly of the Chicago Cubs, and it's music to Troy Torrance's ears. Troy Torrance went back and watched the Friday breakdown. He knew he was taking the prom. That's how excited he was after the breakdown. Let's get all this up here that I need. A couple things here.
Jimmy, did you see, by the way, Troy tweeted out his record, or his the list of his first 5 bets with the Cubs, and it's hilarious. Like, it just green, just check marks the whole time with Cubs first 5. It's so funny to see. So shout out to the Cubs. Yeah,
and he gave us the exact number. What is it? 22-4 one time?
Say again?
Is the Cubs first 5 for Troy 22-4?
He said, I think that's what he said. Let me look back at it right now. It was something crazy proper. When he said that, I was like, God damn, why have I not been on this with you, my guy? It is currently 22-4 on the season.
Good God. And I've moved on them just a few times, and every time I thought I was going to lose and had given up on it, and they come back in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, some of the last few, like the ones against the Dodgers, we pulled from the deep recesses of our ass, but it was a good time.
I don't know if we want to use that term ever again, Jose. Let's roll here. Spooner says, wind blowing in today at Wrigley. Ballpark has -21% runs, -17% doubles, -30% home runs, 92% of money on the under, and 68% of money on the Cubs. Let's roll. Wrigley Field, 52 Fahrenheit, feels like 44, 11.6 miles per hour in, left to right, but in, gets up to 12.5 miles per hour, and we have possible light rain in the middle of the game, which we deem not enough to stop the game at this point, but we shall see. Perky says Philly spot, in his opinion. Hate going against the Cubs on a Friday with old style flowing in the stadium, but Phillies are due. Colin Ray is due for regression against the Phillies team that's due to bang out. Now, Colin Ray is very interesting cat here. He's back with his old manager from 2 years ago in Milwaukee. He probably wasn't going to have a job as a starter in Major League Baseball this year, but he had an old manager that believed in him. He went up in that last start with the wind blowing out at 14 miles per hour. That was a game that ended up 13-11, and he allowed 1 earned run over 4 2/3. Now, Corbin Burns went, inning for inning with him, but it was very, very impressive. You look at Taijuan Walker as well. I find him as a very vulnerable pitcher, but he's not dealing with arm fatigue, something that we think he deals with quite often. And I want to fade him badly. But I can understand the feeling about Colin Ray. Let's go over the line history here and then decide how we are going to bet this one, or if we will at all. We have the Chicago Cubs at -156. They've taken 30 cents worth of cash. 30. Wow. On the total, we have an 8, -115 to the over. This opened up at 8.5 this morning at 6:44 a.m. By 7:06 a.m., just 22 minutes later, it was an 8. At 9:43 a.m., this got to 8.5, and it lasted there until 11, and then it went back again to 8.5 at 11:40 a.m. With all of this, cash on the under, the wind blowing in, why is this 2 pitchers with very, very good numbers? Why would this be going up? We got the better information from Odds Logic, but according to the Action Network, this might be the last day we use this. We have 68% of the tickets, 50% of the cash on the Cubs, and on the total 69 and 61 on the over. I did take a look at odds logic, but I don't like change. And I will move on to it, but I need to sit with it for the weekend.
No way.
Yeah.
You?
I don't want to be all panicky here, and I want to be relaxed, and I want to get paid.
I mean, that's what I was yesterday, so I understand. But now I'm an odds logic pro now.
Well, I look. So then you can. Do you want to? Okay, then why don't you give out? We'll figure this out. Let's get you give out the cash flow because I do think it's much better. AM's on the over 8, and he says this is his Phillies spot though. Taijuan Walker 1-1, 2.29 ERA, 1.17 WHIP, 19 and 2/3, 16 Ks, 8 walks, 2 homers. In his last start, he went 4 innings. He allowed 1 hit. It was a 1 earned run, 2 Ks, 3 walks, and 11-10 win at home over the Marlins. Lefties are hitting, now small sample size, but lefties are hitting 135 with a 444 OPS. It's righties that are getting to him. Righties are hitting 278, 822 OPS. Colin Ray is shutting everybody down. Now, lefties are hitting 296, 692 OPS, but he's shutting down righties. He's looked very, very good through just 13 and 2/3. How long will that last? Probably not very long. Phillies versus righties, 239, 708 OPS. Cubs versus righties, 257, 776 OPS. Phillies bullpen, Cubs bullpen are terrible. I cannot wait to hear both of you gentlemen's breakdowns on this. So we will start here with Jose Bouquett. Jose, Phillies, Cubs, take it away.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game and a fishy line. I'll tell you that. I thought it was a pretty surprising line to see the Cubs at minus 145. And I was like, oh, man, they're this price. And obviously, people like this Cubs team and the books like this Cubs team. You mentioned it opening up at minus 130 up to minus 156 across the board. Odds has 55% of the bets, 92% of the money on the under in this game. And the line is going up as we speak from 8.5 here. And 58% of the bets and 67% of the money on the Cubs there as well. So I'm off this game. Shout out to Troy. I'm sure he'll use the Cubs as a parlay piece today or bet them straight at minus 150. I would do that personally if I was betting this game. It'd just be Cubs or nothing for me. And I'd be interested. And if you're a player prop better, it'd be Cubs bats for me here because Taijuan Walker doesn't seem like is long for this world. And shockingly enough, in the face of this seemingly big bets on the under, line moving up, I'd probably lean over too. And I don't like going against the wind, if I'm being honest.
I don't like going up against the wind either, but I want to go up against Taijuan Walker. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. But first, let's talk about the lineups for the Philadelphia Phillies. Stott at second, Turner at third, Harper first, Schwarber, DH, and Castellanos at right field, Kepler left field, Real Muto at catcher, Bohm in third base, and Yohan Rojas in center field. For the Cubbies, Happ in left, Kyle Tucker in right, Suzuki DHing, hitting third, Bush fourth, Swanson fifth, Horner sixth, Crow Armstrong in center field, hitting seventh, Carson Kelly eighth, and John Birdie ninth. We believe that Taijuan Walker is vulnerable to righties, and it's hard to find really tough righties in that Cubs lineup, unfortunately. Take it away, Wine Time, Phillies, Cubs.
Yeah, two teams right here, really good offenses right here going into the season. Two teams kind of have different schedules going into this game. If you look at the strength of schedule for the Cubs this year, I mean, they've had a gauntlet of a schedule, yet they sit here 16-10. I mean, they travel all the way to Japan for those first 2 games, traveled all the way back to the West Coast, had a good West Coast trip as well. Playing some good baseball, just like the heart this team has, man. It's crazy to see they never give up at any point in this game. At any point in this game, someone could come up with a runner on and hit a bomb. It seems like this is a clutch team later in these games. And a shout out to my guy Troy for just cashing on these guys first 5. Wish I got on that trend with him earlier in the season. He's been making some good money doing that. But yeah, I'm on the Cubs here. I got a lot better of a line. I was blowing up Jimmy and Troy yesterday over this game, saying Cubs minus 130 here. Got a good line last night. Woke up to see it at minus 155. Now it's up to a minus 158 at my book right now. Love seeing it shoot that way. If I was going to take the Cubs here, it'd be on the -1 line. I think any pitcher is vulnerable against this Cubs batting order, for being completely honest. At any point, these guys can go off. Same can go for the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, this is one of the deepest lineups, one of the deepest offenses in baseball. I mean, from 1 to 9, they've got boppers in that order. This Phillies team is going to be there they're going to have a good record by the end of the season. Both these teams going to make some good runs this season. This is going to be a good game to watch. Going to be fun to watch this. It's coming up 11:20, so we got a couple hours still for that one. But I'm on the Cubs here. I wouldn't give out the -158 right now. It's just too juicy for me. I would give out the -1 though. But I did tweet it out, so I'm on the Cubs here, money line -130. I think it's a reasonable price here, man. Two really good teams, and I think the better team's favor, and the line just keeps moving in their favor. According to the market right now, it's like it does seem like it's more of a public bet, but it also seems like it's more of the sharper bettors you're coming in there moving this lineup for a reason. So there's got to be a reason behind that, and for that, I'm on the Cubs here. I love the Cubs here in that spot. I've been riding this Cubs team. I'm not going to stay off this train until I see something different.
Huh. I want in. I think I'm too late for the Cubs. I can understand AM saying that, it can be a letdown, after playing the Dodgers, but it's not like, fucking Athletics or the Nats are coming to town. The Philadelphia Phillies are coming to town. I mean, that's still a big deal, but I can understand the idea. I think there's going to be offense in this baseball game. You have two pitchers with very low numbers, all this money on the under, and they keep moving it towards the over. And I'm not certain what's the best way to bet it, whether that be a run in the first inning, the first three over 2.5 is -130. It's expensive. And that's over 2.5, of course. The first 5 over 4.5. Kind of like that run in the first inning. What's keeping you off? How about this one time? Can you touch on the total?
Yeah, so it's sitting here at an 8 right now. I think it's where it needs to be, if we're being completely honest. I do think Walker is going to be vulnerable here to this batting order. Colin Ray, how many innings are we going to get out of him today? Maybe 3 to 5, just depending on his pitch count, I guess. We're not going to see too much. So going to see a lot of the bullpen here today, I think, too, from the Cubs. It's tough because the wind's blowing in. If it's blowing out, I understand. You know what I mean? But in this spot, I don't know if I can move to the over, but at the same time, it's moving to the over. So the market obviously thinks like that. I had no play on the total in this one. Nothing for me in this one. I do think that this could go over. Because you look at both of these batting orders, these are two of the better batting orders in all of baseball. These guys can go off at any point in the game. They can score 4 or 5 runs in an inning at any point in this game. Each team can. So definitely lean towards the over.
Oof.
Wait, is the wind blowing out or in right now?
Oh, it's blowing in.
It's blowing in, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's blowing in. Troy asking if I have seen his notes on the total. Did you send them? If you sent, I have not seen the notes on the total. But if you could, so he says, Stormy, wind can change directions in the blink of an eye. Yeah, no, I get that, Truth Teller. I want to attack the numbers here of both Colin Ray and Taijuan Walker, numbers that I don't believe in, especially Taijuan Walker. So, I also, here's the problem too. I don't want to have $1,000 on this baseball game at 220. I'm not going to sit here and take a run in the first inning and the first 5 over and the full game over and the Cubs first 5. And so, NHL play today from Ronnie Crawford is Edmonton. Of course it is. I love it.
Yeah, sorry, Jim. This is by far the deepest batting order that Taijuan has seen this year. Looking at the teams that he's faced this year so far, the Rockies, the Marlins, weak batting orders, man. So this is definitely going to be a change of pace for him.
All right, I've got to figure out what to do here. And I'll do that. I'll figure that out. So we've got an hour and 25 minutes or so. So I will figure out what to do. I'm going to be moving on this game. I'd love to keep it to 2 units. But you know what? If I have to bet 3 units, that's okay. If I have to. Okay. Wine time on the Cubs. This one popping off. Afternoon baseball for us. Let's roll on to game 2 here on our big MLB card. We're going to go back and forth for openers. So wine time will be opening up this game. Let's roll. Baltimore Orioles 10-14, 5-8 on the road at the Detroit Tigers, 15-10, 10-3 at home at Comerica Park in Detroit City. We have light rain throughout this ball game. and it gets heavier. It becomes full rain. Let's see if RotoWire thinks this game will go. They do. They have 28% rain. I have 92% rain 2 hours into the game. 5.4 in. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow while I put together how to bet this. So this is an interesting spot here. It's a very interesting spot. This is a spot that our friend TJ believed was an absolute smash and grab. An absolute smash and grab. He moved the line 5 cents. I watched him do it. And that was at like 10 o'clock at night. And I was studying the game, and I was spending so much time. I spent so much time on Brandon Young. I went over every at-bat Brandon Young had in his first game in Major League Baseball. And he got touched up, and he was lucky he only got touched up in those first 2 innings for 3 earned runs. He allowed a home run. He was fortunate. But he was very good in the 3rd and 4th innings, and he has earned the opportunity to be here. This is a Texas kid who is been very good at Norfolk this year. 2.76 ERA, hit a 0.92 whip. Now it's just 16 and a third, but if you go back to what he did last year he had 6 starts, 7 appearances at AA Bowie, moves up to AAA Norfolk and has 18 starts, pitches in 20 games, and he's very good. He's earned this opportunity to be here. And so he had some jitters. He had some jitters, and he got touched up in those first 2 innings. And then he shut down. Those next 2 innings, he was very, very good. We thought we'd wake up and see a minus 140. What did we wake up and see? 8:20 a.m. There was a 9-cent move away from the Tigers to minus 16, then minus 112. A very, very alarming move. Got all the way down to minus 111, being a few cents of bounce back. Look, Casey Mize has been spectacular this year. He's 3-1 with a 2.22 ERA, 0.95 whip. Oh, and I never told you guys about the draft. Sorry, when he got picked. And I didn't because he wasn't. He's earned everything that he's been given. He's come out of high school and just earned it. I guess he didn't. He went to Louisiana Lafayette, and so he didn't come out of high school. But he didn't get drafted out of high school. He didn't get that draft out of university. He started in a high A, and look, he's in Major League Baseball at 26 years old. So Casey Mize, 2.22 ERA, 0.95 whip. Here's the number 1 overall pick in the draft against a kid who wasn't drafted. Casey Mize at home this year has had 2 starts. He's 2-0 with a 1.38 ERA, 13 innings, 170 opponent's batting average. Lefties against Casey Mize this year, and we're not sure if this will be something that lasts. We're talking about Mullins, Henderson, O'Hearn, Kerstad, Holiday. Rutschman's going to have to hit right. Because lefties are hitting 111, 422 OPS against Casey Mize. Righties, 256, 707. Orioles are hitting the ball hard right now. Don't get caught up in what they're doing against lefties. Because against righties, 246, 775 OPS. Against the Tigers, 245, 702. The Orioles bullpen's been a problem. Tigers bullpen has been absolutely elite. So when I saw the move to Brandon Young, which I messaged when I first, TJ first told me how much he was betting on the Tigers, I was like, so you think Brandon Young gets touched? And that wasn't the answer. He didn't think so. And this total's not been moving. We'll let Jose tell us the cash flow numbers from Odds Logic here. A Big Master says, if you look at the weather app, it says it's 10% to be raining here in Windsor and cloudy, but I'm sitting outside enjoying my lunch. Rain might be late. Thank you, Big Mastro, my man, our guy, the Big Mastro. So I thought that I should add the first 3 under 2.5, but I'd like to hear the cash flow information from Jose as well. But let's hear Wine Time's breakdown. Wine Time, take it away. Orioles, Tigers.
Yeah, this is a fun game right here, Jim. I mean, everything you just told me in this cap kind of has me on the Orioles. I mean, just that story you just said of Brandon Young kind of has me going right here, man. First overall pick against a guy that wasn't drafted. This line's not really moving. Does scare me the TJ's on the other side. That's probably why I'm not going to end up moving on this game. But this is going to be a good matchup here. I mean, when are the Baltimore Orioles going to finally turn a page and start hitting the ball? I mean, they scored 7 runs in their last 4 games. Haven't been able to get it going consistently on offense. They won the 8 somehow 2-1 yesterday because the Nationals just couldn't get it going. Took a loss there. I was on the Nationals yesterday. I I don't know. I kind of want to back the Orioles here. It's a lean for me, honestly, at this point. I do think the Orioles are going to at least be better this season from what they are offensively, at least improve a little bit. And this might be a game to get right. I mean, it is against Casey Mize, one of the better pitchers in the game right now. Really good arm over there for the Tigers, guy that they believe in. So this is a tough spot. This is going to be a stay away game for me. It's going to be a really good game to watch. But I mean, everything you kind of just said in that cap, Jim, kind of has me leaning towards the Orioles and seeing this line not really move right now. I lean towards the Orioles.
And here's a couple things though that I didn't add. I bet them. I bet the Tigers. I'm not sure if I made that clear. I bet them at 1 a.m. I bet them first 5 and full game at much worse odds than I'm being offered right now. And Coin says Young was mid for Cincinnati last time out. No, he was different than that. He was obviously a shaky mess, and he was awful. He was lucky that he only allowed 3 earned runs for the first 2 innings. And then the second time through the lineup, he shut them completely down. So it's a much different situation than, and I went through every at bat. I haven't been sleeping. Jose, Orioles, Tigers.
Muted, my friend.
There we go. Much better. Thank you. 89% of the bets, 91% of the money on the under. Jimmy, shitload of bets on the under in this game. Opened up at like minus 115, and it's seemingly going down to even money now for 8.5s, I believe. So you guys at Odds Logics Masters, let me know there. I'm pretty sure I'm reading that correctly. And like you said, opened up at minus 130, 62% of the bets and 64% of the money are on Detroit here, and it's gone the other way. So unfortunately, I love TJ. He sent me the fucking same text message too. I told him I was in. I was going to be ready to bet it today. And now I have to go against him, unfortunately. So that sucks. But yeah, I just think the market's kind of screaming Baltimore Orioles here. More money and bets are on the Tigers. The line's moving towards the Orioles. Same thing happened to us, luckily, in Texas, Oakland. Pulled that game out of our ass. That was good. And I think this will be kind of a similar game here. Now, Brandon Young, I will say, looking at his baseball savant, only gave up 1 barrel last time out. So, that's fine. Max exit velocity, 91 miles an hour. Just, he didn't get hard. It hit hard. So I'll take that. And this Orioles rotation needs a boost, and maybe K. Povich was the guy that got the ball rolling to get this guy's back. So I'm moving on Baltimore Orioles here. And TJ, I love you. I'm sorry.
I get it. Jose is on the Orioles. And what did you get on the Orioles?
Plus 108.
Plus 108. DC Capper on the Tigers. Storage Club is also on the Tigers all day. AM has this modeled at 9.5, so he's on the over 8.5 here. Saturated says he's got the Tigers first 5 queued up. We pulled the trigger, Jimmy. Fortunately, Saturated, I already pulled the trigger. And I'm not comfortable with it. I told you guys, I pulled the trigger. This was so immediate. When I bet the Lightning yesterday or the night before, right away I was like, okay, I just very uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable here. So we'll see. I am. Justin McKelvey says he's going to move on the Orioles plus 100 after the show. The Orioles might be bet on now in general. So.
Yeah, that's true. This team has been horrific to start the season, and it's been mainly their pitching.
So I want this first 3 under 2.5. I want to add that to the card. But my feeling when I was watching the total move to the over. That's not really the case anymore. This opened up at over 8.5 minus 110. It was moving to the under, and I was like, okay, great. And then around midnight, I was watching it go up. It went up to minus 113. So I was like, okay, maybe it's Mize who's vulnerable. The market telling us that Mize is vulnerable, because we did suss out yesterday that the market was telling us that Crochet was vulnerable. And I trusted that. Here, then at 8:42 goes back to minus 106. There's a move to the under. I'm like, okay, maybe I do this. And then of course, 2 hours later, it's minus 112. And then at an hour ago, right when the show started, there was a move again to the under.
I will say though, Jimmy, that game stayed under.
Oh yeah, no, it did. The 4-3 final. You're
But
absolutely right.
for sure, it signed like first 5 bettors obviously got crushed. But yeah, I can't believe that game stayed under. By the way, my Red Sox live bet ended up just being a fucking over hedge, I guess. So I didn't win or lose money in that game really. But yeah, I don't know how that game stayed under.
All right. Troy Torrance says the number of tickets on the under is doubtable, but still better than action's cash flow on the total. It's all. Maybe we should just go back to not using anything, except for side.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be blind.
Yeah. Truth Teller says, he says he found over long term if you just stick to what's supposed to happen, you consistently win more. Again, that didn't work for me, but everybody has a different way of getting to the bag. And okay, let's roll. Let's move on to, we have a couple Asian pitchers that are the best in Major League Baseball, and they're pitching today. The Mets have Kodai Senga, and the LA Dodgers have Yoshinobu Yamamoto. They have both started the season as the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. Kodai Senga has not allowed, I believe they both have not allowed to run in 3 starts. Kodai has not allowed to run in 3 starts. And then Yoshinobu has, sorry, went very quickly here. It's not allowed, they both. So Kodai Senga and Yoshinobu Yamamoto have each not allowed to run in 3 starts. They are truly showing their ability, and it's undeniable at this point. Kodai Senga 0.79 ERA, 9.97 WHIP. He's not allowed to run. Righties against Kodai Senga so far this year are hitting 100 with a .313 OPS. I mean, that's just absolutely insane. And there will be no righties except for Dylan Cruz, possibly Jacob Young in the lineup. It'll all lefties for the Nats going up against Kodai Senga. We also have the 7-game winning streak and city switch, which
not
is
much of a city switch, but it's a city switch.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Not much of one, but one. So we have Jake Irvin. Jake Irvin, he's had a very interesting start to his season. He's 2-0 with 3.68 ERA, 1.06 WHIP. These 27 strikeouts and 29 in the third, 7 walks, but he's allowed 6 home runs. His last start was in Colorado in the thin air, 6 in the third, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 homers, 9 Ks, no walks. He struggled at home, but then you're like, okay, well, there's more to that. You don't want to just look at home road splits. When he was at home, he faced the Phillies, the Diamondbacks, and the Dodgers. So yeah, he struggled against the best competition. Then he goes on the road and faces Pittsburgh and Colorado and shuts them down. So at home so far against those dominant lineups, he's thrown 16 innings with 18 hits, 10 earned runs, 4 homers, 12 K, 6 walks, 286 opponents batting average. The Mets statistically aren't hitting like those 3 teams. I guess they're hitting like the Phillies, because Phillies are 239, 708 against righties, but they're not hitting like the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks, especially. Diamondbacks are best in the league against righties right now. The Nats have actually better numbers against right-handed pitching, slightly, by tiniest, by a taint hair, than the Mets. Mets bullpen is very good, and Nats bullpen is trash. So that is the issue that we're dealing with. AM is on the under 9, says, I have no idea why the total is this high. And Energy says the total is too high. Well, I couldn't understand the total. And when I don't understand the total, I don't get in on it. Now we have 9.5. So you thought 9 was too high? Now it's 9.5 across the board. So it tells us that Kodai Senga is vulnerable. What it tells us. I thought about this, Jose. I thought, if I'm too much of a pussy to bet the Nationals, I could just take the Nationals team total over. But I do not want to be that much of a pussy, man. So we have the Mets going from -162 to -181 with Kodai Senga on the mound. on this huge win streak. How did they open up minus 160? We have to bet the Nationals. And it's not going to be fun.
How to bet the Nationals.
Have to. God, it makes me sick.
So, Jimmy, I'm going to tell you right now, I think I found out your favorite, or you're going to be your favorite odds logic thing here. So you can click on like each book and it'll tell you the complete breakdown of the line movement. It'll also give you the percentage of bets and money during the time of when it moved and all that stuff. So I think that stuff will interest you as well, because I'm looking at it, this one in particular, and I'm using Penny as the place to use right now. Like it opens up at minus 160. Obviously, 88% of the bets and 85% of the money is all over the Mets, and it goes up to 91. And then eventually at like 9 a.m., some small Nationals bets come in after it comes back down to minus 170, and then goes back up, and then it goes back up to minus 180 at one point after some people started betting the Nationals here. So it's very interesting. You can see like the exact moments of like, hey, it's at 95%, and then at 8:10 it went to 88%, and then it moved 5 cents towards the other way or whatever it is. So that's very interesting. And indeed. And Troy, I will send you a screenshot of it. It's very, very interesting. I've not seen it. It's good detail there. I think Billy Friedrich is right here, and I'm gonna, I guess, be a pussy about this, and I'll take the plus 1.5 Washington Nationals here. I like Jake Irvin a lot. I think he's a good pitcher too. He's one of the guys, and you, if you guys watch the show daily, you'll hear that I like a lot of these Nationals pitchers. I'm very high on this Nationals team in the coming years. I think they're a good underdog bet, aside from their shit bullpen, and that's kind of the thing that scares me the most here. I'm going to be at the plus 1.5. I was considering doubling up and taking a team total after you said it, but it might be a first 5 money line double up here. I'm still trying to determine that factor of it. Market in this game here, while I'm speaking of it, it is a 78% of the bets right now and 87% of the money on the Mets, and 60% of the bets and 78% of the money on the over in this game as well. So fascinating, and I think we've gone a full run up almost, because I'm seeing 9.5s now here. So I'd lean under. Shout to Mikey Money wherever you are, but plus 1.5 is going to be official on my card here at the very least, and that is minus 105 right now.
Wow, minus 105 is not bad, but it does make me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, that 160, that plus 164 is just staring me at the face, but try to be a conservative capper here.
Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, God, I mean, these baseball games, you can study for 3 hours each game, and we could talk for each game for 30 minutes. Take it away here, my man. Mets, Nationals, Kodai Senga, Jake Irvin.
Yeah, you guys put the finishing touches on it for me. I'm going to move right with my guy Jose right there. I'm not going to take the money line here. I'm going to take the plus 1.5. We're going to get a free run here. Not only am I going to do that, I'm going to double up on this game. I'm going to move on the Nationals team total over 3.5 minus 120. I do think we're going to get all 9 innings out of them today. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be a 1-run game. And after especially that little debacle they had yesterday, only scoring 1 run, they were getting runners on. They just couldn't really get them in. This is definitely a hitters friendly ballpark. Also a place that Juan Soto knows quite well. I might end up moving on his bases in this one. I'm not going to give that out officially yet because I'm not going to move on it quite yet. But you can get over 1.5 bases, minus 110 right now for Juan Soto. His home run prop right now is about like plus 275, plus 300 at certain spots right now. And it tells you everything you need to know. He does well here at this ballpark. He's probably going to have a good game here as well. But the 2 plays I'm going to give out that I just placed and I'm going to retweet, I'm going to tweet out right now, is going to be the Nationals plus 1.5, minus 105. The Nationals team total over 3.5. I got minus 120 on that. It's a little juicy, but we're just asking him to score 4 runs here. Don't get me wrong, Senga's been pitching really well this season, but maybe the Nationals can get 2 off of him and get to that bullpen and get 2 more out of that bullpen. Another person to watch out for, maybe Josh Bell. He's starting to see the ball a little bit well for the Nationals. He started off really sluggish. He switched to the torpedo bat these last couple of games, and he's definitely been hitting the ball a lot harder, a lot better. So maybe look out for his props as well, too. You could probably get some pretty juicy plus money on his bases today. I'm not going to move on that, though, but just something to look at. But I'm with you guys. I think this is a national spot. Mets are due for a loss here. They've been playing some really good baseball, man. I mean, the Mets are playing really good baseball right now, and it's hard to fade them. But you're going to give me a +1.5 at the Nationals at -105 here, a team that's gritty. You know what I mean? These guys are scrappy. They're young. They want to win. I don't know if they're going to win now this year, but this is a good group they have. They have a good manager over there. So I believe in this Nationals team. I backed them in certain situations this year. And I think the Mets are the most profitable team I have given out publicly this year. Back in the Mets. I don't even think I've lost a game back in the Mets this season. So that should tell you something right here, that I'm not moving on them, that I'm going against them here in this spot, because the Mets is a team that's been super profitable this year, and you've been able to get some good prices on them as well. But yeah, I'm on the Nationals +1.5 and team total over 3.5 -120.
I like it. I like it. I'm going to have to bet the money line. Because I'm not sure if anybody else has bet those first two spots, but I bet them with full unit on the money line. And again, it's not the house's money, but I don't want to deviate from a plan here. So, Gavin, I'll email you, because I don't think you're on X, but I'll email you the plan for the Triple Crown, my man. And but I'll stay in touch with you, Gavin, my friend. But we'll be on Racing for Razor on next in 8 days for the Derby.
By the way, people were clamoring for the video here. We mentioned Mike's name, so we have to say his name. I'll play one of the videos.
We went to Retama Park today, and it cost absolutely nothing to get into Retama Park. Matter of fact, it only costs you $10 if you want to park. Do it. Jose.
He seemed very thrilled about that one, but I think this is the video they wanted to get.
Oh, I didn't realize how much I'd missed her.
Yeah, I figured.
Wow. Okay. Look, I don't know what to say. Maybe you guys are making the sharper decision here, but you are deviating from a plan that's the highest ROI of any angle that I've known. So just, I'm not going to follow what you guys are doing, because, again, you're deviating from a plan that's the highest ROI of any angle in Major League Baseball I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so we're clear.
No, we're crystal. I did it yesterday with the cash cow. We'll do it again.
Yes, and we didn't get to see the comment. Didn't come up on StreamYard because there was a.
Oh, really? I guess that I missed that. I didn't see it either. Then obviously,
it was a nice one. It was a nice comment. It was after your action, and God, it was a long time ago. We've had a lot of comments since.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat right now, waiting for who is it from?
God, I'm gonna have to find it. It's gonna take me a second. It was good. Okay, here. Well, I'll just take a few more seconds because I know we got lots of work to do. Oh, he said, after your action on the +1.5, Troy said you're pretty conservative unless you're fading the cash cow, huh? ... Fuck me, right? Question mark.
Yeah, it is. Fuck you, Troy. How about that? It is fuck you, Troy. How about that? I'm faster than you too, Troy. I told you those weak legs.
All right, let's roll on. Man. Ballsy stuff here from Snips. Okay, I've got so many notes of action here, and my palms are leaking. And I have yet to bet other than the Tigers bet, which concerns me very much. Let's roll on. 7:05 p.m. Eastern. Stacks play of the day is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And where is it here on my notes? RBI. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. RBI at +140 for Stacks. And I know we got the show started with Stacks, but let's get more fucking stacks in our life. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. RBI +140.
Stacks.
All right. I agree. I agree, Robert Cherry. We know what we smell, man. All right.
By the way, I think Robert Cherry offered a stake bet with me. Yankees versus Red Sox, best record and overall done.
That's a
Fucking
good
done.
one. That's a
Fucking
really
done.
good one. I'm happy. We haven't had enough stake action here of late.
Everybody in the audience, now listen to me carefully, is being given a special package, and I don't want you to open it. Do not open it. Cameras are on you, so do not open until I tell you. All right, open your boxes. Open your boxes. 1, 2, 3.
You get a steak. 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 Everybody gets a steak.
Blue Jays, Yankees in the Bronx. Jays 12-13, 4-8 on the road. Yankees 15-10. 15-10, 8-4 at home. We are at Yankee Stadium. Let's take a look at the weather here in Yankee Stadium. We have 66 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy. 12.5 miles per hour right to left across the diamond. Dies down to 11.6. Not out right across the diamond. Jose Barrios going up against Carlos Cookie Carrasco. Couple of vets, couple of question marks on the bumps. We have Barrios and the Jays at plus 120. They opened up at plus 131. So they got down last night to plus 110. That's a huge move last night. So this opens up at 2:57 p.m. at 131. Within 35 minutes, it's plus 124, and it just kept moving down to 110. That turned out to be the low water mark. We're now plus 120, but it's something to be recognized, and I recognized it. And I want to fade Cookie Carrasco, but I don't know if I can trust Jose Barrios, and so I decided let's talk this out. This line opened up at 10. It dropped to 9.5 after an hour and 12 minutes. Then it went right back to 10 2 hours later. This stayed at 10, then dropped to 9.5, then dropped to 9 this morning, which is where it is now. Shocking that they would put it at 10. I can understand AM's question marks around that. And Coin saying 60% of tickets, 62% cash on New York money line. Toronto is even more interesting. Drewski on the Yankees money line. Barrios 1-1 with a 5.02 ERA, 1.43 WHIP, 24 strikeouts and 28 2/3 is fine. But he's thrown 13 walks. He's allowed 6 jacks. He's coming off a nice performance in an 8-4 extra inning loss at home versus the Mariners. 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, and 4 walks. Everybody's hitting Barrios so far this year. Lefties are hitting 244, 773 OPS, but righties are hitting 293, 975 OPS. Righties are getting to him. Aaron Judge is a righty. Paul Goldschmidt, who got caught with that porn star, is a righty.
Pardon?
Yes, he did. He got caught checking in the hotel with a porn star, much to his wife's chagrin. I don't know what kind of deal they have. I don't know. Maybe
Was
she's
this in Arizona?
Sorry?
Was this in Arizona or is this recent?
This was like 3 days ago.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah. Volpe is a righty. Dominguez and Cabrera are switch hitters and are hitting from the right side. And there is Big Show Picks, our leader in our NHL playoff pool. Right there in the flesh. Big Show Picks. Yeah, Justin knows, right? Justin and I, we keep tabs on that shit. Yeah, it was like 2 days ago. The fans were very disappointed, but some were very proud of him. Cookie Carrasco, so we think, oh God, righties are getting to Jose Barrios, 293, 975 OPS. Look what they're doing to Cookie Carrasco, 387 with a 1.312 OPS. They are destroying Cookie, and that's why Justin's on the Vladdy RBI. We have Bichette a righty, Vladdy a righty, Santander a righty, Springer a righty, Kirk a righty, and Clement a righty. I don't think Rodin and Lukes are going to be in the lineup. I think they're going to bring in more righties. Alec Dirks just ordered a Goldschmidt jersey. And so is Justin McKelvin. They're all getting their Goldschmidt jerseys. Okay, and Robert Cherry's ready, and he's giving you a new nickname, Two Tits. I like Two Tits. Two Tits. Two tits is alliteration at its finest.
It is factually true.
Two tits is perfect. So Jays are hitting just 233, 621 OPS versus righties. Yankees are smashing righties, 254, 782 OPS. So why is this total? So we know why it opened at 10. Because of what righties are doing to these two pitchers. It doesn't correlate with the weather. It doesn't correlate with the way the Jays are hitting. And so that number's dropped down to 9. Jays bullpen has been very good, and so is the Yanks bullpen, which leads us, God, I'm getting so uncomfortable with how much money I'm going to have to invest in this card today, because there's going to be runs. There's going to be runs early, and then there will stop being runs because these bullpens are very good, and they can shut down these offenses. Now, maybe the Jays isn't that good. So there we go. Take it away. It is wine time starting out. Jays, Yankees. Floor is yours.
Yeah, another spot I moved on early, guys. I moved on this spot last night. Gave it out on Twitter. Blue Jays money line plus 120. Yeah, I got down to about a plus 114 at my book at one point. It's right back to where I got it now at a plus 120, so you can still find that number everywhere. Yeah, I think there's some value here with the Blue Jays here, getting some plus money here. They're on a losing streak right now. They haven't been able to be consistent at the plate. I still like this batting order. I still believe in it going forward. I think this is going to be one of the games they can get in this series, especially coming in on this losing streak. You got to show some kind of pride here. It's a pretty important series for them. It's a divisional series, so those are always important. So it's a bigger game for the Blue Jays, and I do expect them to show up. I think we do see a high total here for a reason with these two pitchers on the mound right now. I think both these batting orders can probably get runs in, but ultimately I ended up just moving on the Blue Jays here. I stayed away from the total, but I like the Blue Jays here. Getting plus 120 with them. We're getting plus money. This is a spot where we can take them. I like my chances against Cookie Carrasco over there. Not a pitcher that I believe in by any means. And it's a pitcher I think that this Blue Jays team could hit and hit hard. So Blue Jays plus 120 on the money line for me. Looking at the market as well. I mean, we're looking at action right now. Only 15% of bets, 8% of money. I think last time I saw on this, the line did move towards the Jays, had another move towards the Yankees, as Jim mentioned, because the Blue Jays got all the way down to a plus 110, back up to a plus 120. But yeah, I think this is the sharp side. I think this is the right play if you look at the X's and O's. And it's a game that the Blue Jays are going to absolutely need here in this spot on a Friday night in the Bronx. So I'm taking the Blue Jays here.
Good God. Look at these numbers. Okay, so we're down to a 9, right? But the first 5 is 5.5. A run in the first inning is yes at minus 140. And the first 3 is a 3.5.
Wow.
I've often gotten upset when people have said scared money, don't make money and all that. I've gotten upset. And I honestly feel like today's the first day where it probably makes sense saying it to me, because in March and April, I almost lost everything. Family, show, it was done. And then we had Pubapalooza and getting with the boys, getting with the squad. And then the last 6 weeks have been incredible, absolutely incredible, phenomenal. And I'm completely out of danger. I'm completely out of trouble. And I get paid every Friday. And I got paid today for my local. And there are so many things I want to invest in. And I'm like, oh God. Like, I'm just like, because here, there's going to be offense early in this game. And maybe it doesn't get over 9, but there's going to be offense. There's going to be runs early. And how much of my money am I going to bet on this? This one, I'm more comfortable having 750 on this game, or possibly 1,000. But I'm more comfortable having 750 on this game than I am with the fucking Phillies Cubs game at 220 to start out my whole day. Okay.
Are we in a rain delay in Chicago?
Well, it doesn't start for 40 minutes. I still haven't bet 50 minutes, so we'll find out.
I'm just seeing rain delay on Odds Logic, and I'm just is there a rain delay? So, okay. I'm just wondering.
Respect, Justin, my friend. Jose, take it away. Another AL East battle. Take it away.
Yeah, Toronto Blue Jays. I'm with you. Wine time. I took them plus 121 full game money line. markets according to odds logic, and the total market in this one has been very interesting as well. Jimmy, I'll send you the screenshot of it as well. 53% of the bets and 82% of the money on the under in this game. So 53% of the bets are on the over, 82% of the money is on the under in this game. It's been fascinating to watch it go up and down. On like Pinnacle and such, seeing like the percentages and how people are betting it. Because a lot of people were betting the over. And then suddenly someone at 9:30, 10:15-ish this morning put a huge bet on the under, apparently, on this game. So I get it, sure. But I do like the market spot for the Blue Jays here, They have 58% of the bet, 62% of the money on the Yankees here. We've moved down 20 cents from minus 150, minus 130-ish. I think the Yankees are going to struggle in division. In particular is when I think the Yankees will start getting got because I think this division is obviously very good. By the way, Yankees in division so far are 3-1, very small sample size, and I can't wait for them to play against more people in the division. I think Barrios has a good start here as well, actually. The wind report in this game has like a heavy sideways wind, and I think that could help Barrios and his slider. So I'm very interested to see how he will adapt to that. So, yeah, Blue Jays for me, full game money line, plus 121.
I like where you guys are at. I can understand AM seeing the 10 and thinking that's ridiculous. I can understand models thinking the 10's ridiculous because, you can take Cookie Carrasco out in the second inning. You could take Brio. These are very good bullpens. Rested too. So I agree that it doesn't make sense, but there's going to be runs early, and I'm going to have to invest in it. And I still haven't even moved on that Phillies Cubs game. Okay. And I hear what you guys are saying. I hear what you're saying, Rez, but it's time. I actually, for the first time, that statement probably does work. Okay. Let's roll on to Jose's Boston Red Sox. We just talked about my Jays, Black Jays. We just talked about the New York Yankees. Now it's time to talk Boston Red Sox, Cleveland Guardians, Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. We move on. Weather-wise in Cleveland, we have light rain and full rain. Looking at the weather reports, I don't see how this game is played, and they don't think it's going to be played either. 73% rain. Is your feeling that this game definitely doesn't get played? Jose?
Yeah, I don't think so. It just doesn't seem like the Cleveland weather is going to allow it. Even like Swish says it's going to rain, and it's even saying 45%. Swish isn't very good when it comes to rain sip, but like you said, Roto doesn't think it's going to go. 73% rain there. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if this does get canceled.
And Earl Sports Bets is on that first 5 under 5.5 in that Jays Yankees game. Again, Carrasco against right. I mean, I understand the Jays aren't hitting righties hard. I get it, but this is the number here for against Carrasco against righties. Here, I'll just pop in the chat for you guys to see it. Carrasco versus righties. 387 average, 1.312 OPS. And these are the numbers against the Jays. Against Barrios with righties. And one thing that we've talked about here, when I've said this so often, too, when I've talked to Jose, I'm like, are there righties in the lineup or are there lefties in the lineup? And generally, it's no, they're not. There's not righties or lefties in the lineup. But here, the best bats on the field in Yankees, Jays are righties. But look, I get why there's certain stats that if you could put up an argument saying, look what the Jays are doing versus righties, Carrasco will be fine, and Barrios can step up in big games, and you would be able to find the statistical backing for your argument. There's no right or wrong. We're just making predictions, and I can understand yours, Nicholas, but I'm going to be on the other side there. So I don't think we need to talk much here, but let's just do due diligence on this baseball game very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. First off, this total is a 9. The times where I haven't done due diligence, the game is gone, and a bet that I had would have cashed. I don't want that to happen anymore. There's no point for it. We've done the work. This total opened up at 8.5. It's now a 9. Juice to the under. Let's call it a quarter of a run move. On the money line here, we have the Guardians at minus 105. They opened up minus 109, so a very, very slight move to the Red Sox. Then we have Tanner Houck, who's looked terrible. Lefties are hitting 360 with a 1.129 OPS, small sample size, of course, and he shut down lefties last year, completely dominated lefties. So I imagine that's just a fluke. But what do you think, Jose? Is that a fluke that he lefties in 2024 went 215 with 589 OPS? This year they're destroying him. Is that just small sample size fluke, Jose?
I do think it's more sample size than actual real life. He has pitched horribly, and his pitches, like his break on his slider, for example, is super down. But I do think the adjustments can be made for that to improve. Yeah.
So this game will, if it doesn't go today, right, it'll go tomorrow. And look at the line for the Guardians here. They'll have their first 5 batters all lefties at least, and they could also give the Red Sox a full lineup of lefties, 1 through 9. They're capable of that. It would be just Arias, the second baseman. They could go full lineup because the switchies will all go from the left side to see if this is a real issue for him. Again, he shut him down last year. And then on the other side of things, you have the same thing with Ben Lively. Not quite as horrific, but lefties are hitting him very hard. And then you have to ask yourself, I know that the Red Sox, some of their best hitters are lefties, with Devers and Cassis, but they have a lot of righties in that lineup. Probably not enough. In this matchup, I would want the Guardians here. I think it's the right bet. But it might just be the Guardians early. But I don't know why that would be. The Guardians bullpen has looked strong. Red Sox bullpen's looked a little better. Both teams are hitting righties at the same amount. So I'm gonna if this doesn't go, I'm probably gonna put a move on the Guardians first 5 regardless. It probably doesn't go, and then if it doesn't go, I will bet it tomorrow. Wine Time, do you want to add anything to Red Sox Guardians?
Yeah, I'm on the Red Sox here in this spot, guys. I moved on them. They gave 4 runs to the Mariners yesterday in the first couple of innings. Garrett Crochet just looked off in that game to start with. Couldn't really get a strike over the plate. Ended up doing well the rest of the game. Tried to make a little comeback towards the end. Couldn't quite get there. I'm going to back this Red Sox team after losing 2 straight here. This game against the Guardians. I like the Red Sox better than this Guardians team here. Right now, I got minus 110. Looking at my book right now, the best number you can get. Minus 106. So it's definitely moved away from me a tiny bit, especially because it got up to a minus 115 yesterday, I think, at one point. Got down to a minus 106. So definitely scares me a little bit. I already have my bet in on this game, though. So I tweeted out, gave it out, and I made it. So I'm still going to give it out here. I like this Red Sox team. Like I've told you guys before, it's going to be a team I'm going to back this season in certain situations. And this is a spot that I thought I had some value in them last night. Looking at it now, seeing the line move away from me. My ROI usually doesn't do good in those situations, but that could not mean anything here. Still on the Red Sox. Red Sox money line minus 110. You can get a better line right now, though. You can get a minus probably 105 at most spots.
I think you're going to get this voided, and then you'll have a chance to reenact it. Nice name to the Red Sox smash. Our friend Jonathan Yim, you'll remember him in our contest as Uncle Jonathan. Our friend Johnny Yim in the chat, and he says, "This is for you boys. Today is the 4th anniversary of my mom's passing with her battle with cancer. You boys have been such a welcoming watch and listen every day. Love you guys. Sorry to put a damper on the show, and you did not at all put a damper on the show. You've again just shown your strength and positivity and kindness and love and not a damper at all, at all. And I'm so sorry that you and your family had to go through this. It feels like there's so many of us right now who have families and parents that are going through this, and your strength and how you handled it all inspires us all. And also for those of us who haven't gone through it, when we do
because we will. We can look at how our friends handled it and get strength from that. So, thank you for just being here with us, Johnny. And the dono is so cool, but just being here with us and shining light and showing how to lead and all that is so meaningful. So you didn't put a damper on the show; you brought meaning to the show, and we're just lucky to cap with you. And Moss there in the chat, he just went through it. So love to you and thank you for. Oh my God, Phillies Cubs game delayed to inclement weather. Oh, just delayed. Sorry, that was being pushed. Okay, delayed. But thank you for being here with us, Johnny. And we're stronger and better with us. So, Red Sox money line for wine time, even though we don't think the game will go. And I'm going to be on the Guardians' first 5 and possibly first 3. I think it'll be a full lineup of lefties here. So we'll see how it bangs out. I still haven't put in my Cubs action, which I should do, but I haven't fully put it together still for whatever it is. Yeah, raining cats and dogs right now in Gotham City, says Joseph Alvarado. Okay, let's roll on to 7:40 p.m. here. And we'll get wine time, of course, to get us started here because his Angels are in play. Regidin, what's happening, my man? Welcome. We're in Target Field in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And wine time, you sent a message. I think you should just take over. But let me just set up a very quick background. And then when you hear from wine time, you'll get some very, very interesting information on this baseball game. First off, the market has moved heavily in the favor of the Minnesota Twins. This opened up at minus 185. It's now minus 204, but it was bigger than that for books that brought this out earlier. Again, you'll see that this wasn't available to bet until this morning because of what the Angels went through. And a huge move towards them. And wine time, we'll talk about what they went through and why this line wasn't available until the morning. Then we have this total. This total is a 7.5. Opened up at 8, just moved to 7.5. Then we'll get to the cash flow very quickly, but let's also get to the weather. 58 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour left to right and in. It dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. And then we get to the cash flow from action. We'll hear the more appropriate numbers, but here from Action Network, 77% of tickets, 86% cash on the Twins, and on the total, 97 on the over. Looking forward to stop saying that. Stop having anything to do with this place. But so we have Kyle Hendricks on the hill. He's been really good this year. His numbers are good. I think that he's got 10 strikeouts and 7 walks, but that's Hendricks in 20 innings. I mean, we don't expect him to do much from the K situation. He's allowed 3 home runs over 20 innings. He's got a low whip. Coming off a 3-2 loss at home versus the Giants. He went 5 innings, allowed 3 runs. It was pedestrian, but his numbers versus both lefties and righties are strong. We have Pablo Lopez starting here. He had the hamstring injury. He was on the 15-day injured list, so he's back. He made 3 starts. His last start was his best start, but he hurt his hamstring. 4 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run. It wasn't earned. 6 Ks, 1 walk, 1 loss to the Royals. He had a AAA start in St. Paul this past Saturday. And he went 4 2/3, struck out 4, allowed 1 earned run, 3 hits, and no walks. Angels are hitting just 232, 673 versus righties. Twins, same thing, 219, 595. Angels bullpen's been a problem, 5.15 ERA, 1.60 whip. Twins bullpen, 3.59 ERA, 1.19 whip. Wine time, take it away. Explain why the Twins are such big favorites.
Yeah, man, it's pretty interesting. So in the beginning of the season, originally this was yesterday was supposed to be a Paul Skeens start for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's from the SoCal area. Grew up an Angels fan. Grew up going to Angel Stadium. So they thought, why not we try to, instead of make it a day game, let's make it a night game so we can actually get a sellout attendance. Ends up getting pushed back to today's game in LA, across town. Too late to reschedule the game, but yet they got to catch a flight to Minnesota and be there for the game time at 4 o'clock or 4:40 Central Time, leaving Long Beach and John Wayne over here in Orange County. Can't catch a flight past 10 p.m. So this game ended around 9 p.m. They had to rush to LAX. They had to take a flight to Minnesota, sleep on the airplane, get to Minnesota. I'm going to guess around 5 or 6 a.m. Central Time, which is 2 hours ahead of West Coast, what they're used to. They're going to probably get an hour or 2 of sleep today. I'm going to guess there's going to be some players that are going to be sitting out here today. I know Logan O'Hoppe won't be behind the plate. Travis d'Arnaud and Kyle Hendricks are good friends, 2 veterans, so he's going to be behind the plate. We'll see if they give Trout, Soler, Ward a day off. They've played in every single game this season. I'm going to guess that one of them gets a day off here. But this team's going to be tired heading into Minnesota. Line wasn't available for a reason. I mean, I'm going to take the Minnesota Twins. I'm going to add it to my action right here at the -1.5 plus 105. First time coming in here fading the Angels. You know, I was close to doing it the other day against the Pirates and end up doing it though. I'm going to do it here because this is a very tricky situation for the Angels. You could probably look at their team total under 3.5 as well. Something I'm going to look at later on as I see the lineup get posted. But it's a tough travel spot, man, regardless. I mean, here, see my guy, Nasty Nate. What do you think? They fly Spirit? No, but I mean, it's definitely tough to sleep on an airplane when it's a short 3.5 hour flight. You know what I mean? 3-4 hours. By the time you get there, it's going to be 6 a.m. Maybe they go to their hotel rooms, get a couple hours of sleep, catch up. Definitely can do that. But I think the Twins having such an off season this year, seeing them this much of favorites. I haven't seen the Angels this much of dogs, I don't think, all season long. Could be wrong. They could have been dogs at a little bit better of a price, but I'm not sure. It's for a reason though. The Twins are the play here. Kyle Hendricks, hopefully you can get 5 or 6 innings out of him, but at the same time, he's vulnerable. But he could have a good game here, but I just don't believe in the Angel bats. I think they're going to be tired. A lot of the players were pissed off that they had to take this flight last minute, when they could have been in Minnesota by last night. They would have had a day game. So we'll see here, but it's the Twins -1.5 plus 105 from you, Jimmy. I love the Minnesota Twins here in the spot on a Friday night.
Oh, it's a hell of a breakdown, buddy. Hell of a breakdown. I'm interested in. I might take the safe -1, but I don't know if that's necessary. But I'm going to add the Angels team total under. That'd be the only reason why I might be a little bit safe on the one, because I double down on the team total under, and it wouldn't surprise me if Hendricks pitches okay here. So maybe there's more to it. God, there's going to be a lot of money on this card today. Jose Bouquett, take it away. Angels, Twinkies, and inside information from our Wine Time Sports.
Yeah, it's good breakdown wine time. I figured it was a super juice line, and it's for a reason. The Twins seemingly going to roll here. 80% of the bets, 89% of the money on the Twins. No total information right now. But yeah, I just think the Twins probably roll here. I mean, I was looking forward to this series to see if like the Twins were going to be for real here and play an actual team and continue this hot streak that they started potentially against the White Sox. But unfortunately, the Wine Time Angels are not the team I was looking for them to test their mettle against. So I'm off this game too, Juice. But Jimmy, if you bet another Twins run line here, I could understand why.
Yeah, and they're embarrassed. They didn't have the bounce back, the long bounce back after the Buxton catch, clearly. So I think they're going to step up. I think they're going to play. I think they're going to take care of things here. I like it. I like the whole breakdown. So I'm interested on both. Line moving to the under here. AM says his model doesn't feel, just numbers oriented, and that's all good, man. Again, we don't need to get the journey can be different as long as it ends up with a bag. So if I understand that a model is based on simply numbers and not the fact that the Angels are in a horrific traveling situation. So I get it. No big there. I think what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to say this out loud because I'm in the process of putting it in, and it's a lot to invest in the first game of the day. I think I'm going to take run in the first, yes. Cubs first 5 -0.5 and over 8. I think it's queuing up, and so I think that's what I'm going to do here in this game. That's going to be delayed, but pop up here shortly. Wager Detective says Buxton is a expletive bum, point blank period. That catch and that emotion. I tell you, I wasn't thinking about a bum. I was thinking, if you could only stay healthy, you might be the best center field in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Center fielder maybe. That's what I thought. But
Had
we
the
don't
chance.
again have to agree on anything. Let's move on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the Houston Astros, Kansas City Royals. Jose will be getting this one started. Astros 13-11, 4-5 on the road. We'll have one time getting this one started. Astros, Royals, Kauffman Stadium. Hayden Wesneski going up against Seth Lugo. Wesneski is a journeyman who's looked pretty good. 101, 3.91 ERA, 0.87 whip. His K to walk ratio is superlative, 25-4 in just 23 innings, but he's allowed 6 jacks. It's always been a problem of his. His last start, 3-2 win at home versus Padres, was impressive. 5 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, and 1 walk. Against lefties, he is shutting them down. 147 with a 481 OPS. And it's the righties that have got to him a bit with power. The homers are coming from right-handed bats. So just a 216 average, but a 794 OPS. So, of course, Bobby Witt is a righty. Sal Perez is a righty. Hunter Renfroe, he only thinks about going yard is a righty. India is a righty. Those are the ones that are getting to Hayden Wesneski. Then we have Seth Lugo, who doesn't look like the Cy Young nominee that he was last year thus far. 6 2/3, 5 hits and 3 earned runs last start. It was a quality start. 3-1 loss to the Tigers. 11 walks in 30 innings, 6 home runs allowed in 30 innings. Those aren't his usual numbers, but he's probably going to get better as the season goes on. And the Astros are not hitting 239, 663 OPS. Jose is back. So, Jose, I am starting to find interest here. Let me just move this over here. In future bet here. And every year we take the Astros to find their game. And I don't think they're going to. So I know you're very high on the Texas Rangers, but I'm starting to think that the Seattle Mariners at plus 250 is a decent investment to win the AL West. And I know you're probably not the right guy to say this to because of how high you are on the Rangers, and I'm not that high. But I'd like you to touch on that after we do the breakdown of the game. Or you could set it up to touch on more when the Mariners play. Let's get into the line history here and the weather. Weather-wise in Kansas City, we have 68 Fahrenheit, 9.8 miles per hour in. It goes down to 8.9, stays around that. It's kind of chillier than usual down there. When we get to the line history, we have an 8 at a pick'em right now. This opened up at a 7.5. It took 2 minutes. This opened up yesterday, 3 p.m., 2 minutes for it at an 8. But then it went back to 7.5 again, a little over an hour later, and it stayed there for a while till 9:30 at night. It also went back to 7.5 a couple times, but now we're back at 8. So we have a legit move towards the over. When we get to the money line here, we have, where are we here? Sorry, my bad. When we get to the money line, we have the Royals at plus 104. They opened up at minus 106. So a very legit move to Wesneski, a move to the over, a move saying that Seth Lugo is vulnerable. What a relief to finally talk about a game where I'm not thinking of 3 different bets on. Oh, good God, it feels nice not to have to. When we get to the money line, to the cash flow here. Now, this is action again. And it's probably the last day we're going to talk about this site. 96% of tickets, 95% cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 63% of tickets, 77% cash on the Houston Astros. And the line clearly moving in that direction. Wager Tech says Lugo's nice in his opinion. Yeah, he says couldn't care less about his 1-3 record. Yeah, absolutely not. I care about the K to walk ratio dipping. I care about the 6 home runs allowed dipping. I couldn't give a fuck about the win-loss record either, my friend. And then let's hear from Jose Bouquett, Astros Royals.
Yeah, here comes the market from Odds Logic here. 64% of the bets on the Astros here, but 74% of the tickets of the money is on the Royals here. So big Royals bets, minus 120 opener, now down to minus 111, minus 114-ish. Pretty across the board. BetMGM still has minus 120, so that's very interesting. But yeah, I think this is just a Royals spot here as well. I like Lugo. We're in the Royals Park, which makes me feel a little better. And it's funny. I wish that Seattle played in a more offensive-friendly park. That would be very beneficial for them, but we'll talk about that here in a second. Yeah, I think I'm going to move on the Royals here as well. Full game money line. I want to check the bullpen real quick to see who is available for these guys right now as well. Wow, whole bullpen was used yesterday. Danny Lynch, the guys that I care about. Carlos Estevez, 12 pitches yesterday after throwing 27 on Tuesday. And Lucas Ursig, 7 pitches after throwing 13 on Tuesday as well. So Royals bullpen is a little taxed, but the 2 guys I care about will be available. John Scribner also will be available here as well. And I'm assuming they're going to bring up or have called up another arm here as well to help out the Royals bullpen as well. So yeah, I'll be on full game moneyline Royals, but the 64% of the bets and big money on the Royals in the line movement towards the Royals is what's really pushing me towards it.
Interesting. So the fact that the Royals have gone from dog to favorite is not involved in this.
I mean, I don't have it as dog to favorite. I still have Astros.
Oh, okay. What did you have as the opening line?
Astros minus 120.
Oh my God! At what time?
I'll tell you specifically at Pinnacle. I'll tell you it was
3 p.m. I'm looking at Pinnacle.
I see minus 120 as well, and then minus 128 at 341. So there's that one.
Wait. Are we looking at this? You're looking at Houston, Kansas City.
Yes.
And because I'm looking at right now at 3 p.m. This line opened up with Kansas City at minus 106. 1 minute later, they were plus 100, even money.
For mine here, I'm seeing Houston open up at 341 at minus 128. And then few minutes, like not even minutes, I guess, seconds later, it goes from minus 121 and minus 124 a few hours later. But yeah, I have 341 minus 121 for Pinnacle specifically.
And are we using the site that we all? So
I'm using Odds Logic here. I'm looking at Odds Logic.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, good.
Yeah.
The site we used to play poker at opened this up at 2:42 p.m. with KC at minus 109. They had the same move that Penny had. They at 3:03 p.m. This was plus 102. I think I'm not sure if we should be using Odds Logic for anything other than cash. Honestly, I think it's going to give us. I mean, that's shockingly different information than from this source that I kind of trust.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see. Obviously, we'll keep using Odds Logic and see and figure out all these quirks and details as well. And yes, I was looking at specifically Penny there. Other books obviously moving it as well. But yeah, it's very interesting that we both had that different.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah,
because I'm quite confident that because I used Penny and then I used the site we used to play poker at. I'm quite confident that this is a situation.
Out of curiosity, Jimmy, real quick, does your site have at 750 minus 106, minus 104?
At 7:50 p.m. yesterday?
No, at 7:50 a.m. this morning.
At 7:50 a.m. At 7:50 a.m., the Astros were big favorites.
Very see. Now we're figuring out the differences here between these sites. All right, that's fascinating.
So I'm looking at let's go to a different offshore here. So I have the 2 different offshores there. This offshore waited 30 minutes before those. Waited 30 minutes after those other lines. So they opened up the Astros minus 111, and at 7:50 a.m. here at this site, the Astros are minus 122. I can go over all of them. I think you're getting questionable information from that site.
Okay, see, this is good to know.
According to Odds Trader, Astros opened up at minus 125. Says Billy Friedrich. Wow, this is wild. Okay, but again, take it away here for wine time. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm on the Astros here in this spot, guys. I moved on it last night. But yeah, I agree. I mean, the Astros at my book last night, guys, got all the way up to a -126, and now they're at a -113, I believe. Last time I checked, let me just -113 right now. I got -120 yesterday when I got this bet in. Lines moved against me a little bit. Definitely scares me a little bit. I just think this Astros team is rested. They're coming in. Royals, Estevez, I believe, Jose, correct me if I'm wrong or not. Estevez did throw last night, right?
Yeah, he did.
So he did throw last night. I mean, I do expect him to go in a back-to-back today. He's not that old, but we'll see how efficient he is and how effective he is if he's in that role late in that game. But I'm on the Astros here in this spot. I don't like the line moved away from me. I see my guy TJ there. Shout out to him in the chat. He says he's checking in from the beach. I'm guessing that's Virginia Beach. Enjoy your day, my guy. But yeah, I'm glad that we're on the same spot right here. He said he's on the Astros -105. I got a worse number at -120. But I like that me and my guy TJ align here. I don't like that the line is moving away from me here, though. Looking at action right now, 63% of the tickets, 77% of cash on the Astros right now. Definitely seems like the public side, but definitely seems like the bigger bets are coming on this side. But yet the line kind of is going back and forth right now. It's definitely very tricky. I already moved on this game. I've already bet it. I've already given it out publicly at the -120. So that's what I'm going to give it out as right now. Houston Astros money line. I think they're the more rested team here. The Royals, I mean, coming off a sweep against the Colorado Rockies, not impressive by any means. Astros coming off a sweep of the Toronto Blue Jays, more impressive in my opinion. I think that the Astros are the better team here. I'm not a fan of this Royals team. I haven't been backing this Royals team this season, and I'm not going to get behind them here in this spot. Don't like that the line's moving away from me. We'll see where it goes as this day goes on, but Astros money line for me today, guys.
Astros, from the information from this site that I trust, there's 90 programmers for the site that I'm on. I've been in that office. Now there's not 90 working at one time. It's generally about 35, 40. I know the connects they have with all these sites. So, and like TJ's saying, definitely don't look at action for any line openers or anything like that.
Oh yeah, no.
And I know you know that too, but I think this is
yeah, I'm glad that we're flagging this stuff though. I mean, it's good to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
this is the way to do it.
Okay. So again, but you're staying off now. With all this being said, and I know it's so I don't know what's the right word for it, convoluted. I don't want to bet this game. So, do you want? So you're so in your office, Jose, right?
No, I'm on the Royals. I'm on the Royals bandwagon here. I'll trust the bigger, big money bets on the Royals here. The point of this line is that opened up Astros, has moved to Royals here. So I'm on the Royals plus 103.
Nice.
Plus 103 here. And wine time, you got the Astros at what number?
I got Astros at a worse number. I got them at -120 on the money line. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna give it out as. Still like it right here. I don't like it as much, like I said, when the line moves against me, but we still have a couple hours. I'm gonna see what happens with this line. And yeah. And shout out to my guy TJ. He asked if the Detroit lines hasn't moved on mine. It still says -118 right now. Hasn't moved since last time we talked about it on my books, at least.
Okay, and some great stuff from the chat as always. We have Earl, a system play for him. He's on Lugo over 18.5 outs. His back over outs for the starting pitcher with his team off a doubleheader. Says waiting also on Freeland out props as well. So interesting, very, very interesting spot there, and I get it as well. Okay, let's roll on here, Jose, my friend. In fact, though, I guess I have no problem. I don't need to panic because the game's delayed. So I still am kind of putting it all together.
Or were you looking to move on that again?
The plan is set up for me. I haven't pressed the button on running first over 8 and Cubs first 5 minus a half.
Okay.
It's all set. But I have not pressed the button. I will tell you when I do. Let's roll here into our next spot on the board. And we have a good one because we have young Chad Patrick on the hill against Matthew Liberatore. It's funny. Chad Patrick's older than Matthew Liberatore. Matthew Liberatore is only 25 years old. We've been capping him for 3 years, watching him, shit the bed for 3 years, basically. But he's probably learned something through all this. Chad Patrick is the new face, even though he's a year older, and he's about to turn 27. A 4th-round pick in the 2021 draft out of Purdue University. Chad Patrick has looked absolutely electric for 2 straight years. He looked horrible in 2023 in AA, but look, he found it out, figured it out. Last year, I don't have this in front of me. I could probably find it out, but I bet, looking at his numbers, that he was the minor league pitcher of the year for the Milwaukee Brewers. I would guess. Maybe you could just put that in.
Yeah.
I would look at these numbers: 14-1 with Nashville, 2.90 ERA, 1.09 WHIP.
I believe that was the Triple Crown as well for that league.
Wow. And he's carried it over immediately to the show. He looks locked in. And you would have to say to yourself, the Cardinals have handled Matthew Liberatore like trash. Here is how you handle a young pitcher. Let him find himself in the minor leagues. Let him excel in the minor leagues. And then bring him up when he's ready to go. Liberatore is being raked and screwed over. 3 p.m. start. Thank you, Coin. TJ, yes, lots here. But let me just stay on this tangent here and get this done. Another thing, though, about Chad Patrick is that righties in Major League Baseball so far are hitting him very hard. Lefties aren't getting much off of him. Righties are hitting him very hard. Liberatore looks like a seasoned pro now, but I don't know if he should have gone through all the trials and tribulations to get here. Let's talk about the righties here in the St. Louis Cardinals lineup. Contreras, Arenado, Walker, Wynn. There's not many. They have Newbar and Donovan and Gorman. 3 of their top hitters are all lefties. That should probably work well for Patrick. Matthew Liberatore has great splits. Brewers aren't hitting lefties. 206, 648 OPS. Liberatore just looked great at the Mets at Citi Field. 6 2/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk. Both bullpens have been pitching poorly, and this is a real fascinating spot. Let's take a look at the weather here in this one. 75 Fahrenheit, 6.3 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 5.4, and then it's just left to right. Non-issue here. And then on the line history here, we have the Cardinals at minus 127. They opened up at -1, now minus 125. It just moved about 15 minutes ago. But the 8-cent move towards the Cardinals. When we get to the total here for this one, we have an 8. It's minus 108 to the under. Open up minus 105 to the under, so 3 cents of movement to the under. Jose will go over the cash flow for this one. And then for the Phillies Cubs game, I'm just putting in my action here. Wine time is on the Cubs, minus 130. Destroyed the line move here. So let's roll. So sorry, let me go with so many pages of notes here. Let's roll. Jose, or I guess wine time spot now. Wine time, take it away, Brewers Cardinals.
Yeah, I'm on the Cardinals here in this spot, Jim. Seen them open up as favorites yesterday. I got minus 130. My book hasn't really moved. The line hasn't moved at all since last night, actually. It's been staying the same. It's kind of fluctuated back between minus 128 and minus 130. Minus 130 right now still. Yeah, I like the Cardinals here in this spot here. I mean, they're entering this game 10-15, being the favorites against Brewers, coming off some tough losses against the Giants, in particular yesterday. Crazy comeback by the Giants there. Late heroics right there in San Francisco. Absolute crazy game to watch. But yeah, I'm on the Cardinals here in this spot. I think they kind of took the Brewers' soul yesterday. I think the Brewers are going in this one not really feeling themselves, and the Cardinals being a favorite here in this spot, being a 10-15 team that I think is a little bit better than what their record is. I don't think this is a playoff team by any means, but I do think they're probably around a 500 team. And I like him here in this spot. I like Liberatore here in this spot. I don't think the Brewers are going to be able to hit him here. Not a fan of this Brewers lineup in general. If you look at this lineup up and down, you've got Jackson Cherio in there. You got Yelich in there. Joey Ortiz, my guy out of Pacifica High School, Garden Grove, California, hasn't been able to get it together at short right now, having a really bad year to start. Not sure if Bowers is going to play in this, my guy out of Marina High School, but the rest of that team, I'm not a fan of this offense by the Brewers. I mean, I'm never a fan of this offense. It's usually always their pitching. That's what gets them through their seasons. I'm going to be on the Cardinals here in this spot. I got -130. You can still get -130 at most places. Looking at market right now in action, it's about 50-51 on the Cardinals. So pretty split action, which is I'm kind of surprised at. But the Brewers are never really a super public team. But yeah, I'm on the Cardinals money line -130 here in this spot. I got a loaded card today, guys.
Cardinals money line for wine time. Jose, take it away. I think you're muted, my friend.
Fucking great. 60% of the bets and 93% of the money is on or are on the Cardinals here, according to Odds Logic. 77% of the bets are on the over here. 93% of the money is on the under. So that's fascinating. Chad Patrick is a guy that I've been backing this year as well. But when this line opened up, it was fishy. -120. It's gone 5 cents, 10 cents in the direction of the Cardinals. I think this is just kind of an indicator that the Cardinals are live and going to win this game as well. So me and Wine Time have kind of been in lockstep today, which has been pretty funny. But yeah, I just think this opener indicated that the Cardinals were live. I mean, obviously they were favorites, but I think normally this game would be probably flipped -120 Brewers here. But I think the Cardinals, it's their day today. So Cardinals money line for me as well. I'm getting that at -128.
Can you? Sorry, I'm just trying to get this bet in. And a little concerned. I'm watching this line move to the under now in the Cubs Phillies game. I'm hoping it's just weather related, but
yeah, I'm seeing a little buyback right now on the Cubs too. They're down to a -155. I think they were just at a -158. Not too much, but definitely something I just saw.
Why are you guys both off the total in this one? I like these young pitchers, and these bullpens are terrible. I mean, could we look at the first 3 under or anything? What is the market kind of indicating on the total for either of you guys? Jose, or we'll start with you one time. Did you have any interest in it?
I mean, if I had to take something here on this total, I would only take the under, especially with these two lineups, especially with the Brewers lineup. I would never take an over in a Brewers game. It seems like I don't trust their offense enough for them to score runs. Cardinals as well. I mean, both these batting orders, pretty inconsistent, but I would lean towards the under with these two pitchers that they're going to probably pitch well. We'll see if the Cardinals can hit Patrick today. I expect them to. I mean, I'm not saying that they're going to score 5 or 6 runs today, but I expect them to get 4 here, and the Brewers to probably only get 2. So I expect like a 4-2 game, I would expect. I have a lean towards the under for sure here in this spot. I wouldn't take an over here, especially at an 8 here. I think it's showing that this is going to be an under with these two offenses.
What do you think, Jose?
Yeah, I'd probably lean under. There's just huge bets or huge money, I should say, on the under in this game. It's just crazy to see 80% of the tickets are on the over, but 93% of the money on the under. So I lean under in this game. I expect it to be kind of a low-scoring game, but I do expect the Cardinals to find a way and win this game somehow.
I am getting such better numbers here than at offshore than I am at 365. It's insane. Always with first 5s -0.5. It's so bad at 365 here. Troy Torrance says, I want to find a way onto the under. I think this is a first 3 under 2.5 for me.
And you know why I'm not on an under here. This would be a first 5 under for me, but I don't bet those. I don't have first 3, and I don't want to take full game with these bullpens. So
yeah, these bullpens are trash. They're fresh trash.
Yeah, they're fresh, but
yeah. Okay, let me just press the button here on both here. Sorry.
And the freshness of the bullpen for the Cardinals makes me feel, confident enough to bet them at least. If I'm going to bet on shitty pitchers, at least let them be rested.
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, I am in business here. Okay, what a relief. Okay, let's roll. Next up for us is 8:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the Cincinnati Reds 12-13, 6-7 on the road. The Colorado Rockies 4-20. How about Steve G cashing nonstop, fading this squad? 3-6 at home. We're at Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, the home of our friend Sun Dubious. Take a look at the weather here for this one. 51 Fahrenheit, feels like 43, 9.8 miles per hour in, dies down to 7.2 miles per hour, and it's cold, and the wind is blowing in, but the air is thin. The Rock Sox fade for our friend Steve G, 30-19 plus 9 units. Am says Reds Rockies over 9, says the low total is crazy. We have Andrew Abbott versus Kyle Freeland, a couple of very interesting lefties. We've barely seen Andrew Abbott this year. He's thrown 11 innings and he's looked very good. He's been barreled a little bit. He's allowed 2 jacks over 11 innings, but 16 strikeouts, 3 walks, and a 0.64 whip is pretty phenomenal. Coming off an 8-3 win at the Orioles. Now we know the Orioles can't hit lefties, and he got barreled once and it went yard. He only allowed 2 hits, 6 innings, 1 homer, 11 Ks, 1 walk. His splits are very interesting. Lefties have hit him with power, and righties have not touched him. Now it's 11 innings, but righties are hitting 071 with a 340 OPS, and lefties have had all the power thus far against Andrew Abbott. So we take a look at the Rockies lineup here, and do we fear any lefties in this lineup? This is the lineup that has almost none. They have McMahon, and then they have Togley as a switch hitter. Now the Rockies are always capable of bringing up a player we've never heard of before that hits from the left side, but this is a very nice lineup for Andrew Abbott to attack. Kyle Freeland, on the other hand, coming off a very short start and 3-2 loss at home versus the Nationals. 2 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, just 1 was earned, 2 Ks, 1 walk. He's looked pretty good at times this year. He gets lefties out. Lefties don't face Freeland often. Righties hit him 325, but with not very much power so far this year, just 753. They're going to load their lineup at righties. The expected lineup for the Reds will just have Friedel, the lefty, up front, and every other Candelario and De La Cruz will switch to the right side, and the rest of the lineup will be fully right-handed bats. It's a pretty good setup for them. They haven't been hitting lefties well, though. 216, 635. 188, 646 OPS are the Reds versus lefties. Rockies just 216, 635. And surprise, surprise, this Rockies bullpen's been pretty good. 3.99 ERA, 1.48 whip. The Reds bullpen is also surprised to be very good. So I understand the surprise that the total. I am surprised, but I understand why the total is where it is. I understand why it's so low. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the total now a 9.5. So it's a good job getting that 9. This total moved all over the place. It opened up at 10 yesterday afternoon, dropped to 9.5, and then dropped to 9 by 3:30 p.m. There was tons of time to get in on the over 9. It jumped up. Basically, it was at 9 from 3:31 p.m. yesterday until you could have bet it again at 11 this morning. You could still bet it. You can still bet the over 9 juiced or the under 9.5 juiced, depending on what you want. But this feels like it should be a Reds smash and grab. The market is not indicating that's the case at all. This line opened up with the Reds at minus 136, and the Reds got up to minus 140 at 7 in the morning. There was a 20-cent move towards the Colorado Rockies this morning at 8:35 this morning. A huge move, and it never stopped. So if you were just judging by the market, you'd say that the Rockies are very live. And if you were also, looking at why this total is so low, I know this is confusing. This is just it's a confusing spot. Let's get Wine Time to start this one off for us. Wine Time, take it away. Reds, Rockies.
Nothing for me in this game, Jimmy. I mean, you touched on everything we need to talk about here. I mean, the market's screaming the Rockies. That alone makes me want to take the Rockies. But here, putting together the X's and O's, I just can't quite get there here. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a good spot for the Rockies. I mean, maybe because Kyle Freeland's 0-4, he's expected to get a win here. Seeing them at such small dogs. I mean, we've seen them in these situations, though, this season. When the sharps are on them and the line moves towards them in almost every single game, still end up getting smoked. It's not a team I want to back. It's not a lineup that I want to back, that I want to put my money on. So this is going to be a hard pass for me, guys. Like, this is straight pass. Nothing for me in this game, but definitely, if I had, gun to head, I would lean towards the Rockies on market alone. I'm not going to actually put my money on that here today, though.
Interesting information. Sharon Pulliam saying Cincy and St. Louis are exactly what the dog needs, in my opinion, from our guy Sharon Pulliam. Milwaukee money line, Colorado money line, Diamondbacks money line for our guy Sharon. Great guy there. J Dub says Square Friday. Maldo says, I don't care what the line did. Reds all day. Take it away for us, Jose. A fascinating spot, Reds Rockies. Jose, you're muted again.
I might have to move on the fucking Rockies here, guys.
Yeah.
I get it, Troy Torrance. I understand that I'm going up against the sharp trap here. I'm going to double check right now. Has Andrew Abbott been to Coors Field in his career? I'm going to find that out right now. I typically would like to fade pitchers like that. 2024, he went twice. I should say he's faced the Rockies 3 times. 2024, home, 6-0 win. At the Rockies, 13-3 win. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, and then a 5-3 win in 2023. Brenton Doyle hitting 500 against him, by the way. God, it's tough. It's tough sometimes to trust your market overlords, but I'm going to trust my market overlords. I will give myself up to the Lords. I understand the Rockies are really bad against lefties, but I can point out specifically and vividly their last time against a lefty, one of the best lefties in baseball. They went 3 innings, 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 home runs off of Cole Ragans. Now, if you go back, you'll see Chris Bubich, 7 shutout innings. Mackenzie Gore, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. Kyle Hart, 6 innings, 1 earned run. 6 innings, 1 hit. It's not good, the people that they've been shut down by, but they've seen Sanchez, a good one. JP Sears, a good one. Mackenzie Gore, Chris Bubik, I guess, is a good one. And Cole Ragans is another good lefty. And I think they can get some runs off Andrew Abbott here. So I will go up against you, Troy. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, Troy.
What happened to you two, man?
He didn't want the smoke. I wanted to put him in the dirt when it comes to this race. He was too busy gambling and boozing with his buddies. What an asshole this guy is. Plus 108, full game. Houston Rockets. Houston, Colorado Rockies. Good Lord. I'm all fucked up trying to fade Troy now, apparently.
And also, important thing that Mally Mal brought up, and thank you, Mally Mal, that Freeland had that short start because of a blister. So he's had 2 bullpen, and that was just on Sunday. So it's not like he's had much time off, but he had a couple bullpen reports that the blister is fine and important stuff, Mally Mal. Thank you for that. Satchet says we need a head-to-head record graphic for Jose versus Troy.
0-1 at least.
At least. All right, let's roll on. 9:40 p.m. We have actually reached night games. This might be our longest MLB breakdown ever. Does length of breakdowns correlate to money made? That will be the question that we have here. Let's go. 9:40 p.m. Atlanta Braves, Arizona Diamondbacks. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. We know that the roof will be open. The weather for Arizona here, 86 Fahrenheit, feels like 76. Perfect baseball weather. 9.8 miles per hour out to right field. Dies down to 8 miles an hour. And we have Chris Sale versus Zach Gallen. 2 pitchers with great careers, but very weak statistics right now. Chris Sale, 1.63 whip. Now, they're both getting rocked by each split, left, right, doesn't matter. They're both getting rocked. Zach Gallen, I've not seen ever in my life watching Zach Gallen. Even when he was a Marlin, I never saw this. 316, 895 versus lefties, Zach Gallen, Jose, and 313, 889 versus righties.
When he's about to go get paid, too.
Ronnie Lofton says first 5 under 4.5 minus 125. Cannot trust the Diamondbacks pen at the moment. Chris Sale coming off I don't know what to make of these starts. 4-3 win at home versus the Twins. 4 in the third, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 8 Ks, 3 walks. He's a 1.63 whip. He has 32 strikeouts and 23 in the third, and only 7 walks. It's not walks. That's the whip issue. He has allowed 4 jacks as well. Braves versus righties. Braves are hitting 244, 725 OPS. They look pretty good. The Diamondbacks versus lefties, just 234, 657 OPS. Remember, the Diamondbacks hit harder against righties than any team in the league. Both bullpens are worse than we expected and have looked vulnerable. Ricky Bobby moving on the under 5.5 Ks at plus 102. Let's take a look at the line history and hand it over to Jose. Line history wise, we have the Diamondbacks opening up at plus 104, now plus 111. So a very slight move towards the Braves. When we get to the total here for this one, we have an 8. I see some 8.5 still. This opened up at 8 and it got up to 8.5 a few times. Right now, we only had we basically had very little move, a tiny move to the Braves, a tiny move to the over. 74% of tickets, 77% cash on the over. And then on the money line, we have 54% of tickets, 68% of the cash on the Diamondbacks. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stay off this game. I lean under in this game. You know, that's an obvious lean under with both these pitchers. I know they've been pitching bad recently, but I still lean that way. 68% of the tickets are on the over in this game, and 64% of the money is on the over in this game. So it's fascinating. A lot of over bets, but I kind of still lean under. I still lean under if anything. And for the market and the money line, 56% of the tickets are on the Diamondbacks, but 90% of the money are on the Atlanta Braves here, which makes me lean Atlanta Braves. But no action here for me.
So, I mean, I know it's easier for you to talk about Sale rather than Gallen, but do we expect, very quick positive progression?
I thought Sale was going to have a bad year this year, or at least a down year compared to last year. Obviously, I would rather fade the guy that had a miraculous, healthy season for the last few years and wins the Cy Young for it. I'd much rather just fade that than back that the next year, personally. And I think Zach Gallen does eventually turn it around here because there's money to be made for Zach Gallen.
Wine time. This is a fascinating pitching situation where 2 pitchers with wonderful career numbers look terrible to start the year. Do you have any interest in this one?
No interest for me in this game, guys. But I mean, you touch on it. 2 veteran pitchers right here. It's Zach Gallen, very profitable. Backing him since I've been betting baseball. It seems like he's always a guy that you want to back. Arizona Diamondbacks, a team going into this season that I wanted to back in almost every single game just because I thought the price was going to be affordable on them in every single game. And I just thought that they had a chance to win in pretty much every single game with this lineup that they have. Got a decent pitching staff as well. But most importantly, I like their lineup. I like this Diamondbacks lineup. I'm going to stay away from this game because this seems like an Atlanta Braves spot. Atlanta Braves have really started to turn a page here these last couple of weeks. Only 4 games under 500 right now after that horrendous start. We expected them to improve, and they have. I don't know. I'm not going to end up backing them here at minus 130, so this is going to be a pass for me.
DC capper on the Diamondbacks, but I agree with the sentiment that Christopher Comentini has. He says too much volatility. He says these guys could shut down or get rocked. I mean, I don't know what to do with them at this point. I can understand AM betting the over, but I mean, are we supposed to believe what we've seen from them? I don't have an answer to that. I'm not involved here. Let's move on. Wine time, going to get this one started. But Mr. Heat saying he likes Sale here. The Diamondbacks haven't seen a lefty since April 4th. Really? They haven't seen a lefty since April 4th? Wow. Huh. I mean, Sale, I'm going to have to look at this a little more. Okay. That piques my interest.
I have them seeing Jose Quintana on the 11th, but last one was Quintana the 11th, Mitchell Parker the 5th, and Carlos Rodon the 2nd. But StatMuse is a little sketchy sometimes, so you guys let me know.
Wow. A very, very, very interesting spot here. When Braves are 2-11 on the road.
Yeah, and they're the favorite here. Like, I don't know. It definitely seems like a brave spot here.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that as well.
Well, I mean, do we not trust Zach Allen at all to get right? I mean, it's a contract year. Okay, I'll have to spend more time to that. Let's roll on. So Marlins Mariners next up. We have a Cal Quantrill, who's looked horrific to begin the year. 2.08 whip, more walks and strikeouts in 17 and third innings. He's coming off 11-10 loss at the Phillies. He went 3 and a third, 8 hit 7 earned runs. Didn't strike out a batter and walked 3. Lefties are hitting him 273, 794 OPS. Righties have a 474 at batting average with a 1.263 OPS. They are destroying them. So you're going to see a ton of righties. Now, they do have Luke Raley, Rowdy Tellez, Master Buoni, and Crawford as lefties, but I don't know how you wouldn't just fill your lineup with righties. They're going to open with 4 righties for sure. Rodriguez, Polanco, Raleigh, and Rosarena. How many righties are we going to see? That is the question for Quantrill. Logan Gilbert, as always, is pitching very good at home. Righties aren't touching him at all. 117, 389 OPS. Lefties are getting to him. Lefties are hitting right now 268 with 782 OPS against Logan Gilbert. And the Marlins, they have Stowers, Mervis, and Sanchez and Edwards, so they're going to open up their lineup with at least 4 straight lefties. It's interesting here. Tariq B, I'm a little nervous about my action, and I invested heavily. It's a very important start to the day, but I have a run in the first inning. I got the difference in price offshore compared to 365 is crazy. I got plus 111. That was a minus 115 spot at 365. I got the first 5 minus a half on the Cubs, and then I took the over 8. I'm a little nervous. Reginald says, don't forget Dylan Moore. At this point, Dylan Moore is listed at the Dylan Moore's righty. They've got him listed at batting 7th, but Rodriguez, Polanco, maybe they should move him up the lineup for sure. So let's talk about Logan Gilbert a little bit. He's coming off allowing 2 earned runs, but with 9 strikeouts and an 8-4 extra inning win at the Blue Jays. Marlins versus righties 244, 697 OPS. Mariners are starting to hit 229, 729 OPS. Mariners bullpen 3.62 ERA, 1.35 whip. I find this lineup will be one of the easiest, if they're in contention, which I expect they do, to add at the deadline, because they have the pitching pieces and they have some options at AAA that they can trade for offensive talent, which is what they're going to be looking for. They're going to be looking for bats. Let's take a look at the line history. Here we have the total at 7.5. It's minus 110 to the under. It opened up minus 115 to the under. So we've had 5 cents of movement to the over. And then when we get to the money line here, we have the Mariners at minus 267. They opened up at minus 232. It feels like an absolute smash and grab for the Mariners, but will Quantrill be better than we expect? Take it away, one time, Marlins Mariners.
No, I think the market and the lines telling us everything we need to know here. Despite the Marlins, 11 and 13, they've had a pretty decent start to the season. Definitely didn't think they'd be at this point with the lineup that they have. Mariners started off a little bit slow too. Now sitting here at 14-11. I mean, my book has them at minus 270 on the run line, juice to the over at minus 125. This looks like this looks like a perfect parlay piece with something today, with another minus 200 and another game here. I'm not sure which game it's going to be. It might be something in the NBA that I don't end up making official, but I will be throwing something on the Mariners money line parlay with something in this game. I don't know if I want to take the 1.5 just because I believe in this team late in the games. I don't like watching this Mariners team by any means, but I have seen them do some late inning heroic stuff lately. If they can get it going at the plate, man, the sky's the limit for this team because we know how good their pitching's been. It's just been the bats. I mean, if they can get guys like Julio Rodriguez or Rosareno, we know Cal's really good behind the plate. These guys can start stepping up in big situations. This team's going to be good going forward, but I'm not going to move on it quite yet, but I think this is a perfect parlay piece. Seattle Mariners here being minus 270 now. I just think this is a clear-cut Mariners spot. Not going to give out anything official quite yet, but I definitely look for this to be a parlay piece in something today. In something. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be a parlay piece.
Interesting and important point by Wager Detective saying their first game back home, no rest off a long road trip. Played in Boston yesterday afternoon. That's an important spot. And AM talking about that too. Traveling cross country seems sketchy. Huh.
I think
And cold cash play today though from Ali Mal is Mariners -1.5. And Spooner saying Munoz unavailable. Huh. It's funny how the market telling us it's just a smash and grab, and then you look into it a little more. Huh. I wonder if Quantrill can have a decent start here against maybe a tired Mariners squad.
I mean, are we looking at maybe a potential under 7.5 here too with these two batting orders, and with Logan Gilbert on the mound? I mean, if Quantrill can give us something today, I don't think this game goes over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not with these lineups, not at Seattle.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
I am very dubious, and I don't trust this Seattle Mariners team. Going back to that futures discussion, I don't trust Jerry Dipoto to make the big trades that he's needed to make for the last 3 years to get this team with some offense. They've hoarded their pitching forever, and I think they're just going to continue to do so. Now they can move Henry Ford. Is that his name? I forget the catcher's name. They've got a very good catching prospect that they can move, and they should, because now they've locked up Cal Raleigh for a little bit. But I just simply don't trust Jerry Dipoto, and I've moved him down in my general rankings in my head for general managers. On top of that, I don't trust their bullpen. Maybe they can find another bullpen arm or two, but everyone's going to be looking for them. And again, I don't trust Jerry Dipoto, so that's why I am down on the Mariners, as well as not trusting Julio Rodriguez. I mean, Cal Raleigh is the best player on this team right now, and I think going forward he is. Julio Rodriguez signed that contract. We were hoping he'd be Mookie Betts 2.0. He's just kind of a guy at this point. I don't trust him at all. So I'm off this game. Too much of a price for me. I leaned Marlins, obviously, but I just don't trust this Mariners team going forward as well.
Yeah, it's too bad that Rodriguez wasn't in the situation like Vladdy. Vladdy was a rich kid. He could wait and wait and wait. He'd make $500 million. I imagine it cost Julio Rodriguez $200 million. But he needed,
and they made the contract so different too, with all those escalators. It's very much performance based too.
But his family needed the money. They had him. The Mariners had him in a really tough spot, and I imagine it cost him $200 million.
Yep, that's what happens to all Hispanic Venezuelan baseball players. Shout out to Ronald Acuna, Ozzy Albies. Happens frequently.
So you have not moved on this though yet, right? One time.
Nothing yet, but I mean, I'm leaning towards the under, and I'm gonna move on the Mariners money line with a parlay piece and something. I think Oilers. I found
Edmonton Oilers.
That, or I think I found another game that's gonna be playing in LA today. That might be a good parlay piece with this. So we'll see.
Let's roll. 9:40 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot: Tampa Bay Rays 11-14, 2-4 on the road. San Diego Padres 17-8, 12-1 at home at Petco Park in San Diego, California. Weather-wise in San Diego, we have 60 Fahrenheit. Feels like 55. 8 miles per hour left to right and very slightly in. Dies down to 6.3 miles per hour, but in. Coin says Mariners found some offense on that trip as well. They did, but that travel is in my head. We have 2 pitchers on the hill right now who've had really good seasons. I know that Shane Baz got touched in his last start, but look, it's going to happen once in a while. And the Yankees got to him, 5 earned runs, but he's looked great other than that. 30 strikeouts, 8 walks over 22 and a third with a 1.07 whip. Great splits. Nobody's getting to him. Same with Michael King. Nobody's getting to him. He had that tough start to start the year, but he's been good. 2.57 ERA, exact same whip, a 1.07. Really nice K to walk ratio as well. And he's allowed 3 jacks. He's coming off a line 2 earned runs at the Astros. Rays are hitting 271, 755 OPS versus righties. Padres 270, 740, and both bullpens have been very, very good, especially the Padres bullpen being the best in the league, 1.76 ERA, 0.98 whip. AM is on the under, which I thought as well. I thought, yeah, definitely. And then I was astonished that the line was moving to the over. And so, of course, I just wanted to wait and talk it out. Right now, this over is at it's been at 7. It's juiced to the over. It's come down a little bit. It opened up at minus 101 to the over. There was an 11-cent move towards the over, around 9 this morning in total. An 8-cent move to minus 112, but 11 cents overall. It's come back a little bit. That did surprise me. I know that so many games land on 7, and it's a comfortable number for bigger sized bettors because they know that push is in play. I mean, I had it in that Mets game, Phillies Mets game. We have the we have the Padres opening up at minus 142. They're minus 137. So very, very little movement, but movement towards the over. Cash wise, this is from Action, and Jose will give us the other story here. Jose's going to get us started, so I won't even tell the Action numbers. Take it away, Jose. Rays Padres.
Yes, let's talk about odds logic here. What do they have to say? 62% of the bets and 64% of the money on the under, in this game, and that just changed from 60 to 65% of the bets and 64% of the money on the under. As for the money line here, 82% of the bets and 86% of the money on the San Diego Padres here. Seeing openers of like minus 150, and we've gone down here. I think the Rays are live in this game for sure. We talked bullpen, by the way, for the Rays, 7th best in the season right now, 3.30 ERA. I expect that number to go up, by the way. 4.50 FIP in this for the Rays bullpen. I expect that to go up at some point, so be aware of that. Padres, obviously, a very good bullpen in their own right. I could see why everyone would want an under in this game as well, but I lean Rays to win this game. I haven't moved on it yet. Would love to hear what everyone else has to say, but Rays are definitely a spot that I was looking at.
Oldie says Rays money line last night was the biggest bet of the year. Wine time, Rays Padres. Take it away.
Yeah, man. I'm right there with you, Jose. I'm very close. I mean, I've got my bet in right now. I just haven't pressed enter on the Tampa Bay Rays plus 130 right now. I'm also looking at this under 7. I'm going to stay away from the under, but if the Rays win this game, I definitely think it is going to go under. I like the Rays here in this spot, honestly, against Michael King. Shane Baez, I think he should have a good start today for the Rays. Rays been playing some better ball. I mean, they won the last couple of games against the Arizona Diamondbacks, still sitting 3 games under 500. You look at this lineup, it's not good though. There's not a lot of boppers in that lineup that you really trust, but they play good team baseball, and I like the coach Kevin Cash. He's one of my favorite managers in all of baseball. He has been for a while. So I'm going to back the Tampa Bay Rays here. Looking at the market, it's telling me to. Looking at the X's and O's, it's somewhat telling me to here because I think the Padres are at the same time overperforming here. I know they've been playing lights out at home, playing some really good baseball here. Friday night, I think this might be a little letdown spot for them, though, against the Rays here coming to town. I'm going to move on the Tampa Bay Rays plus 130. I'm going to make it official right now.
Rays plus 130 for one time. I don't know. I have not known what to do with this game. I guess I feel like it's lined correctly. I get why you're taking. I understand the implied probability why the Rays are appealing. Spooner says Padres have the best bullpen in baseball in his opinion, and numbers back that up as well at this point. Jose close to the Rays. Wine time on the Rays. I'm not sure if I move on the game. Let's roll on. We have 3 games left before the NBA. 10:05 p.m. Eastern, the Chicago White Sox 6-19, 2-11 on the road at the Athletics 12-13, 4-8 at home at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Let's take a look at the weather in California, Sacramento. We have 61 Fahrenheit, feels like 54, 8.9 miles per hour to right center, dies down to 7.2 miles per hour. And by the way, AM saying, I think you can comfortably ride the Padres unders until they get some injured players back. Fernando Mendoza is on the under here, and Troy Torrance on the Oakland A's minus 1.5. A cash cow situation here for these Oakland A's. Sean Burke, again, with his numbers, he's going to stay the second most famous. Sean Burke, 1-3, 6.23 ERA, 1.52 WHIP, 21 2/3, 15 Ks, 9 walks, and 6 home runs allowed. He's not looked good. He had bad luck in that 8-4 win at the Red Sox. 4 runs, but only 1 was earned. 5 Ks and 3 walks. Lefties are hitting him with power, but no average. Everybody's hitting with power. And righties are smashing them 327, 960. Maybe not smash. Maybe you need the 1.0 OPS to be considered smashing. We have double result. We have A's. We have a lot of love here for Troy Torrance. Luis Severino has been unhittable at home. 2 starts, 0.64 ERA, 130 opponent's batting average. He's got a 3.31 ERA, 1.04 whip. White Sox versus righties, 208, 605 OPS. Athletics versus righties, 250, 735 OPS. And both bullpens have been middling and struggled somewhat. White Sox bullpen's been going the wrong direction of late, while the Athletics bullpen's been getting better. Our guy Chill Will in the house. What up, Chill Will? Welcome, my friend. Almost NBA time. 3 games left in Major League Baseball. We have this total at 9. It's minus 118 to the over. This got up to 9.5 a couple times, but it's been at 9 for a while. Now it's heavily juiced onto the over, so we shall see. Then when we get to the money line here, we have the Oakland Athletics at minus 240. They opened up minus 222. They got up as high as minus 246. Cash cow here. And let's get to the... Oh, I'm not going to drop the cash flow. We'll get Jose's thoughts on that one. Take it away, one time White Sox ace.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say forget about the LA game for that parlay piece. I'm gonna say let's take the Oakland Athletics to parlay with the Seattle Mariners here at minus 110 here. I like it here. I like that it's the cash cow as well. I mean, you're seeing the Oakland A's. It's this much of a favor. I know it's against the Chicago White Sox, but I mean, it's for a reason. These guys are going to take care of business. I love everything that Troy is saying about this game. All of his looks here. Definitely would be trending in that direction too. I'm just not going to lay the 1.5 here. I'm just going to lay the parlay piece with the Seattle Mariners. I'm getting minus 110 with the 2 AL West teams playing at home here that I think have a pretty big advantage. I think they're this much favorites for a reason. I think it's the perfect parlay piece. I'm going to move on the Oakland Athletics. I've been successful taking them this season in certain situations. I've talked about that. I've been pretty high on this team this year. I like the top 5 guys in that batting order. I don't know how much longer it's going to last for this season, but for right now, we can still ride this train, and I'm going to ride it here. So, yeah, I'm going to parlay these 2 together. I'm going to see the exact number. Minus 110. So I can get a minus 110, It's not plus money for a parlay, but it's 2 favorites that I think are going to take care of business, that are probably going to take care of business on the run line. But I don't want to move on the run line. I'm just going to parlay these 2 together for minus 110.
Yeah, I get it. Makes sense to me. Jose, your thoughts on White Sox ace?
I'll keep mine pretty short. I don't want to fade the cash cow again. I've learned my lesson. I will actually probably fade it at some point again here, Troy. So go fuck yourself.
Oh,
but 81% of the bets, 90% of the money on the A's here, 78% of the bets, 83% of the money on the under in this game. I'd lean under if anything, but nothing here for me. So we can keep it short, and I'm off.
I think it's A's run line here. This one I'm much more comfortable than the Mariners, even though the market tells us the Mariners are gold. But still, I can have discomfort. Here come the White Sox to Sacramento. This is this one makes sense here. And Troy saying the Mariners also have that low total. And Sean Burke is getting hit by power from, it doesn't matter what side you want to hit him from, you'll get to him. All right, let's roll. Next up for us, 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the Pittsburgh Pirates, 10-16, 4-9 on the road. The LA Dodgers, 69, 10-2 home. Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, California. Wine time set up that Skeens was heading over to face Yamamoto instead of the Angels. And I think, Major League Baseball's pleased. Wine time. I know that the Angels are not, but this is what we want to see here. Yeah. Skeens and Yamamoto going heads up. Let's take a look at the weather here for this one. We have total. Oh, sorry. Let's go to the weather first here. We have the 55 Fahrenheit. It's cold in LA tonight. Feels like 50. 8.9 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 7.2 miles per hour. We have a total of 7 right now. A juice to the under. Some books are heavily juiced to the under. This one's just minus 113. Sharp offshore here. So it's not moved. This total is not moved at all with Skeens and Yamamoto. On the money line here, we have a minus 203. This opened up the Dodgers at minus 205. So we've had no movement on the total. We've had no movement on the side. And when looking at the Action Network, if we do want to, we have 92% of tickets, 95% of the cash on the Dodgers. And on the total, we have 96 and 93 on the over. I find that hard to believe. Wager Detective says he is watching this game. Coin giving us 57% of tickets, 92% cash on the under. It's not moving. Again, we talked about Kodai Senga and how phenomenal he's been, and that total is a 9.5. Here we have a 7, but just like Kodai Senga, Yoshinobu Yamamoto has not allowed a run in 3 starts. That last start against the Rangers was brilliant. 7 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 10 Ks, no walks. I mean, I know that Skeens has all the heat, but the best pitcher in Major League Baseball this year is Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Pirates versus righties, 227, 655 OPS. Dodgers versus righties, 237, 749 OPS. Pirates bullpen's better than the Dodgers bullpen thus far. Be interesting to see if that continues. And Saturated just got a report from his girl in Wrigley. It's cold as F and still raining. Looks like it's 45 degrees there in Chi-Town or Chirac. Take it away for us here, Jose Two Tits Bouquet. Pirates Dodgers.
I'm off this game. This was the last play that I was very close to making, but I'm already loaded up on my card today, so just trying to do a little volume control here. 70% of the bets, 85% of the money on the Dodgers here, and 57% of the bets, Jimmy, 92% of the money on the under in this game. The under. This line has gone up for an opener of minus 190, apparently. Jimmy, you had minus 190 here?
No, I had no movement at all.
No, just what was your opener here, I guess?
205, but that was at 6:47 a.m. Because this is a very cautious book. The opener, though, where we used to play poker, very different. Opened up minus 180 at 9:48 p.m. last night.
Yeah, I'm seeing minus 190 as well. So, it's, probably that collective opener there, I guess. But, yeah, I think the Dodgers win this game. I was very close to making a Dodgers team total over 3.5 official here. I have mine at minus 140, so it's a little juicy, obviously. But it's just one of those cases. Survive the Skeens innings. You can get 2 off of Skeens. I think you can get 2 off this bullpen. So I just ultimately ended up staying off. Didn't want to lay the juice. And I completely understand if people are going to take the Dodgers in some form or fashion here, because I think this minus 210 line's a little baity to try to get people to bet a little bit of the Paul Skeens magic. But no thanks.
And by the way, we're talking about the weather in Chicago. It's too bad that the game couldn't start right now, because for me and what I needed with runs and run in the first inning, the winds died down. We now have 10-mile-an-hour winds coming in, died down 5 miles per hour. It's going to start building up after 2 or 3 hours, depending on when the game starts. But kind of a good situation there. So the question you have to ask yourself is, how expensive with the low volatility will Skeens be a first 5? So, on 365, this is the Pirates are plus 175. And on the first 5, they're plus 155. I mean, it's very interesting that you could, let's see because they screw you on the first 5s plus a half and minus a half here. So the Pirates first 5 plus a half is minus 115. The Pirates first 3 plus a half is minus 150. Could Skeens get you 9 outs without allowing a run? Because if Skeens can get you 9 outs against this Dodgers lineup without allowing a run, minus 150 sounds like an okay deal. Take it away, Wine Time, Pirates, Dodgers.
Yeah, that's a tough cap for me here, Jim. Seeing right now in action, all the public coming in hammering the Dodgers as they usually do. I'm just a little surprised because it is Paul Skeens. Pirates, had a decent series against the Angels. O'Neal Cruz was absolutely crushing the ball. I always expect him to do that, though. But this is going to be a pass for me. I almost made the Dodgers a parlay piece, but now looking at this game a little bit more, I'm glad I didn't. Do I think the Dodgers are live for this game? I think so, yeah. I do think that the Dodgers could win this game, but I'm going to end up moving away from this game. It's going to be a fun game. 2 really good pitchers, 2 of the best pitchers in baseball right now. So my guy Spoon said that Paul Skeens is going to pitch well for his future team here. I hope we don't see that. I hope he comes out to his real team in Anaheim here in the next couple of years. Would love to see that, but I doubt that. But we'd love to see that. But this is going to be a good game to watch. Don't get me wrong. All eyes are going to be on this game and the other basketball game that's going to be coming on tonight. So it's going to be a good one, but I'm going to stay away from this game. It's a hard pass.
First 3 plus a half -150. First 5 plus half -115. Jose, do you think this is bait trying to suck me in?
To get people to bet the Pirates?
First 5 plus a half?
Yeah, I do kind of feel like it is baity, yeah. And it's not like Skeens hasn't seen the Dodgers before. That's another thing where he has a disadvantage. He faced them. I mean, obviously, we can all remember the Ohtani Skeens game where he struck him out the first time, and then Ohtani came up and rocked his ass, sent him deep. His 2 starts against him, 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, and a 4-1 loss, and then they won a game. 10-6, 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs. If Paul Skeens gives up 3 earned runs, do you think you're going to get the runs from Yamamoto? I personally don't think so. So that's the difference there. By the way, pitchers in that game, Skeens faced Paxton last year in that 10-6 win, so that makes sense of why they won that game. And in the loss, they faced River Ryan as the opener there as well. So it's just a little different when you have Yamamoto on the bump.
God, I can't wait to watch this game.
It'll be a fun game to watch for sure.
So what is give me your first 5 innings prediction of Skeens tonight, Jose?
5 innings. I think he gives up 4 earned runs in the 5 innings.
Jesus. You think he gets lit up and smoked?
Yeah, I don't think he has a good start. I mean, this is, again, I'm sure he's going to be hyped up coming into this start. First time through the order. Maybe he pitches well. But innings in 4 and 5, I think he gets touched up for 2 runs, specifically in those 2 innings.
So why aren't you on the Dodgers first 5 minus a half?
I mean, I just don't like laying the minus a half. If I was going to bet anything in this game, it would be team total over 3.5. If I think they can get 4 runs off of Skeens, and what the fuck, why am I not on that? It's just a little bit too juiced, and I'm trying to volume control a little bit.
So I'm just fanboy here, which I've never been with Skeens, but I guess I'm just trying to. We do have another nickname for you, Dos Areolas, Bouquet. Dos Areolas. So. No, let's stay focused here. Okay, I've got to figure out if I'm just being a fanboy or not. I got to sit with this afterwards. Our final game on the card before 3 big NBA playoff games, 10:15 p.m. Eastern, with the Texas Rangers 14-11, 4-8 on the road at the San Francisco Giants, 17-9, 7-3 at home, Oracle Park, San Francisco, California. And good against the odds, taking the Yurfie in the Dodgers game as well.
Yeah, I like that.
Nathan Eovaldi versus Justin Verlander. These 2 vets on the hill are both coming off good starts. They both have splits where there's been really no danger for them. I was happy to see Verlander have a good start against the Angels. I know they're the Angels, but they've been hitting righties. The Rangers haven't been. 221, 658 OPS. The Giants just seem to continue to attack you. 237, 729 OPS versus righties. Going up against Nate Eovaldi, 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, just 2 were earned in his last start. 7 Ks, no walks, and 4-3 win at home versus the Dodgers. These pitchers are rolling. AM saying the under 7.5. I completely understand. Both bullpens have been very good. Rangers bullpen 3.64 ERA, just 1.18 WHIP. Spooner 2.53 ERA, 1.04 WHIP. And let's take a look at the weather here for our final baseball game on the board. We have 8.9 miles per hour out to center field. It dies down to 6.3. 55 Fahrenheit, feels like 49. I've never been to Oracle, which sucks, but I went to Candlestick a whole bunch of times, and I can just imagine how cold it would be at Candlestick and in this type of a situation with the wind blowing in. We have the Verlander at minus 107. He opened up at minus 102. 5 cents of movement towards Justin Verlander. And then on the total, we have a 7.5 minus 113 to the under. This opened 7.5 minus 113 to the over. So 14 cents of movement towards the under at 7.5, and I understand why that is. Jose will give us the cash flow numbers. Take it away, Jose. Our final game on the board. Rangers Giants. Is the over a bet we should make? Are these two vets finding themselves, are right now with no arm fatigue? Take it away. You are muted, my friend.
Fucking thing. I've been muted all day trying not to let people hear my fucking noises. I'm going to let all of you hear my shit now, you motherfuckers out there. I mean, I think this is a very difficult game. Both of these old men, well, one of these old man pitchers, I like. The other one I would fade in Verlander, but he's at home here, so it makes it a little more difficult. And the line creeping towards him will ultimately keep me off as well. Market in this game for the total, 72% of the bets and 82% of the money on the under in this game. So a lot of people liking the under. I can see why with both these old man pitchers, but I personally would lean over. I don't like Verlander. I don't think he will end up having a good year personally. Giants bullpen's pretty used up. Tyler Rogers through back-to-back days. Camilo Duvall through back-to-back days. Camilo Duvall is starting every day this week. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, except for Tuesday. So I just don't want anything to do with this game. And I don't trust his bullpen and the Giants either. So I'd lean over with you.
I'm not leaning over at all. I think these guys are ready to go. Yes, my man, Todd, I'll give it to you right now. So are both bullpens tired?
Let me tell you what the Rangers bullpen has right now. The Rangers, Holby Milner through 15, probably won't go again today. Luke Jackson, 21, and he blew the save, so he won't go. Chris Martin, 19. Robert Garcia, 10. I could see them going, and that leaves Sean Armstrong and Jacob Webb, who have not thrown since Tuesday. So it's not like you're getting a very good Rangers pen either. Rangers bullpen, horrific. Do not like them at all. Have not liked them since even when they were winning World Series. I didn't like them. But somehow they're an average bullpen right now at 15th, 3.64 ERA with a 3.28 FIP. So allegedly going to get better.
It sucks that I don't bet first 5 unders because that 4 is perfect. Instead, I'm going to have to bet a first 3 under 2 at plus money. So I'm going to stay away from the full game, even though I like it. Great stuff. All right, let's review all action here before we get into NBA, where we're running hotter than I've ever been in my entire life in NBA. By far. I mean, not even by a little bit. The numbers are absolutely outrageous and glorious. So I can't wait to talk about these 3 games. I've moved on 2 bets. I'm interested in moving on another. Jose, we'll start with you. Please review your MLB action.
Yeah, it's probably my most loaded card of the year, honestly. And they're all money line except for the first one here. So all of these bets are money line except for Washington Nationals plus a half minus 105. The rest of my bets, Baltimore plus 108, Toronto plus 121, Kansas City plus 103, St. Louis Cardinals minus 128, Colorado Rockies plus 108, and Tampa Bay Rays plus 127.
I like it. Just before we hear from Wine Time here, just a couple quick things. I haven't separated the spreadsheets yet for the first 3s. So I'll do that. I said I was going to do that, but I haven't been sleeping. I'm not thinking clearly. And you should see the pages of notes. They're just ridiculous. So I'm going to do that. And then another thing here is Ricky Bobby saying, do you like the over 5.5 in the Oilers game? Todd Clint saying, what's wrong with the Oilers? I love the Oilers team total over. I don't like the full game over. I like the Oilers team total over. I love it. I love the Oilers. I'm so bullish. So no, I'd like to talk about it because it's been very successful, and I'm also concerned about it saturated because it's very juicy. It's very expensive. Now unless I bet the 2s, which I'd like to kind of stay away from. But yes, Oilers team total over. I used the 3, Ricky Bobby, because I tied it in with the Oilers -1 as an added investment. And then, thanks to Billy Friedrich, I'm betting as soon as this show's over. Well, I'm probably getting the other action in first, but I'm betting the Oilers plus 1.5 games in the series. What a beautiful bet gifted to us by Billy Friedrich. Wine Time, your MLB action.
What odds did you get on that, by the way, real quick?
I haven't bet it, but Billy said it was plus 180, pretty much market wide. I haven't looked.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is a loaded card, guys. It's probably the most loaded card of the year we have for MLB. We started off with the Cubs. Still hasn't had first pitch yet. We got them minus 130. We're on the Blue Jays money line plus 120. Cardinals money line minus 130. Astros money line minus 120. There's better lines available now. Red Sox money line minus 110. Probably about the similar line. Then these are the added plays to the show that I added. Nats team total over 3.5 minus 120. Nationals plus 1.5 minus 105. We also added Rays money line plus 130, Twins minus 1.5 plus 105. And the 10th and final play for today, guys, it's the Mariners Athletics money line parlay minus 110. Got 10 plays today, guys. We're locked and loaded. But I think this is going to be a big day today. So I'm excited. I'm ready for it.
Oh, I'm so excited. I don't need anything else. Nothing else. I got some booze here and I've been drinking all week. That's probably part of the reason why I'm not sleeping. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this. I tell you what I'm going to do though, is I'm going to take a shower and calm down. I'm going to breathe very deeply and be very calm. And then I'm going to invest $10,000 into this baseball card. But I'm going to do it from a very calm place.
Ooh, son.
I am going to be on the first 3 under 2.5 in Baltimore, Detroit. I've already made 2 bad bets on the Tigers. First 5 in full game. Now maybe they come and work for me. I'm going to be on the Nationals money line. I'm going to be on either, and I've got to figure this out. The Jays first 3 or first 5, or first 3 and first 5. I only want to have 2 bets on this one, or the Jays to score first, or a run in the first inning. Yes, for Jays Yankees. I'm going to figure out what to do there. Then I'm going to be on the Guardians first 5. I don't think that game goes. Then the Twins on the run line and the Angels team total under. I am staying off of Astros Royals. What a relief. The first 3 under 2.5 in Brewers Cardinals. I guess, you know what? I'm tripping out. I'm going to have way less invested in this. I don't even think wow. I guess all my actions early, and that's why I was so overwhelmed. But I already have 5 bets at 250 a pop, so I'm at 1.25 right now, or what 1.25 right now. I'm gonna be on possibly the first 3 under 2.5 in Cincinnati, Colorado. The Braves interest me very much, but I might let that go. I might let both the Braves and Mariners. You know what? I shouldn't have said 10K. I was just overwhelmed with all the early action. It'll probably be like 5, and then the A's on the run line. Then I'm going to decide what to do with Skeens. I might be romanticizing things too much. I don't see why I can't get 9 outs from Paul Skeens and just take that money. Then the first 3 under 2. And so, yeah, 10K was way too much. I just have so much action on those early games. But this is going to be the most money like wine time that I've had on a baseball card all year. So I need to do it from a very calm, rational place, which I'm more than capable of. Jose, any last words before we get to NBA?
No, just a shout out and a reminder that Say Hey does not, or I should say MLB action does not stop on Friday. Saturday morning, we've got Say Hey plays, me and Cab hosting, and more importantly, live call-in show type deal. Open it up to all of you guys for you guys in the chat to join me and Cab, breaking down a game, giving us your best bet. Doesn't have to be too long. It could be literally 30 seconds, 10 seconds of you coming on saying what's up and letting us know that you're on the Royals because they fuck hard or whatever your reasoning may be. So I would love to see you guys out there. We've had plenty of debuts. Markel, Gorky are all guys that joined us here 2 weeks ago before I was feeling like shit. And I can't wait to get you guys back in there and joining us on Saturday morning. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Cannot wait for that. So don't forget, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern time, we will be starting, and we want you guys in the chat to join us. So let us know, or I should let me know if you guys are interested. We'll have the link available in the chat, and good luck in this damn NBA.
You are a good man, Mr. Bouquet. Ricky Bobby says, when does Spoon's show start? We are in the process. We were hoping to start it this Sunday, but we're in the process of getting it all together with the producer, with the artwork, and with everything. So We are in the process of putting that all together, and we will let you know. But we expect it to be not the first Sunday in May. I've never said that before in my life because we only care about the first Saturday in May, the Run for the Roses, the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. But the day after that will be the Spooner's show. So, and we're excited about Spooner. Okay, it is time to get into NBA. Wine time, cashed with the Knicks, my only bet yesterday. Seem to be walking this tightrope beautifully in NBA. It's as much fun as I've had. I haven't put out my record in the last week and a half or 2 weeks. Because I know what happens when I start doing that. It stops. Every time I'm like, look how phenomenal I am. It just stops immediately. So I'm just not going to just have the record up on the screen. But this is as good as it's ever been, and we need to keep it going. So please welcome the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, our most popular show here on the channel for good reason. Please welcome our friend from South Jersey, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Oh, I don't know if Jose's not there. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good. And they got me going out to the hood in Camden tonight. So, I'm trying to get all this shit done early. Get all the week, get all the stuff that I need to get done. But most importantly, NBA, hopefully Shedeur Sanders goes off the board tonight. It's a great sports.
Oh man, I just imagine Dion losing his mind.
This is why I love about the new era, Jim. On Twitch, Shiloh was going live the whole entire draft, and he was responding to the people in the chat. He was like, "What, y'all want me to go walk in the other room and go check on Shedeur?" And you see Shedeur, and he's kind of like just laughing about the whole entire thing. And Shiloh goes, "Man, if they doing that to you, I can't imagine how long I'm going to be waiting to get off the board." It was so hard. One that's like, the kid might be 8 or 10 years old. He goes to Shedeur. He goes, "Why did they draft you in the first round?" And he goes, "I don't know, man." I thought it was a very wholesome moment. They handled that correctly.
That does sound like they did handle it correctly here. Let's get into NBA, my friend. We have 3 monster games, and I'm a little upset with looking at the market now with how I've handled the Orlando Magic. First off, I thought I handled it perfectly. So let's get right into our first game on the board. Jose is not there, so let me just but Jose put in hard. Oh, there he is. There we go, Jose. Jose, I've had to struggle through years of not having a phenomenal record. So please have it up there for one of these games, just so I can feel good about myself. We cashed last night. So right now, I'm 286 wins, 233 losses, 55.1%, plus 26.59 units, ROI plus 5.12%, average line minus 111. Let's keep it going here. And I believe I will, but I just screwed this up. And it's funny because I came in thinking I'd handled it perfectly. I saw that just like in the Grizzlies game last night, that there was a very strange difference between the full game and the first half with the Magic. And I thought it was too much. The Magic were just +1. They were +4.5 full game. And I was like, this is too much. And I was right. It moved to 1.5. I was like, okay. So I was right. And then I was like, I looked like there was a possibility of a 5 coming. And again, with the questionable injury report that came in while our show was on, which we'll go over right now, we now have a 3.5. And what it's done, it's also messed with the total. So we knew Drew was going to be a game time decision. The problem is that Jaylen Brown is now a game time decision. Right knee posterior impingement. So I wish I was on the 4.5. It's not here anymore. It's 3.5. And the first half here is just a half. So I screwed this up. So what I'm going to do now is not bet. I'm going to wait till, like Saturated saying, I'm going to wait till Brown is announced in. If I want to add anything, because I thought it was a great move. I bet the team total, and I was thinking about this for hours. I bet the Orlando Magic team total over 96.5. And I was like, this is beautiful. But now this total's dropped a little bit because of the announcement that Brown is questionable. Now the team total is, it is, no, actually, it's still 96.5. It's juiced even more to the over, but that will change. So that's how I'm going to have to do it, because I want more involved in the Magic, and I was planning on having the first half involved. But again, the injury report has thrown us for a loop. We came into the game thinking that Tatum was not going to play, doubtful. We knew that. It was listed. Yeah, he was listed yesterday as doubtful, so we knew that. And then I had an expectation that Drew would play despite being questionable with the right hamstring strain. So now to bet this properly, I need both Drew and Jaylen Brown to be in. But what could really happen is it's possible that they don't play and they just gift this Game 3 to the Magic, and I'm, late to the party and $1 short. So let's go through the statistical information here and then move forward. Cash flow wise, 68% of the tickets, 59% of the cash on the Celtics. So a ton of tickets and cash coming on the Magic. 91 and 89 on the over. Again, I only use the Magic team total over. We talked about Boston's pace the last 10 games of the year and how they were shooting. And all that's happened is the pace has slowed down considerably, about 5.8 possessions a game in the playoffs. But they're shooting pretty much the same. They're shooting better from three, a little bit worse from the field, but pretty much the same. The Magic are playing 8 possessions slower, and they're shooting exactly what they did most of the regular season, which we talked about. 44.8 from the field and 30.4 from three. We talked about how they got more comfortable with Suggs being out late in the year, and they were shooting better, 46.5 from the field and 36.1 from three. That was fake. It's not real. They're a terrible three-point shooting team, and that's not going to change here. Now, Wagner maybe can step up a bit. So 103-86 in game 1 for the Celtics, 109-100 in game 2. Tatum didn't play in game 2. We saw Brown, limping around on the knee, but I thought he would play. Derek White went for 30 in game 1 off the bench. KP went for 20 in game 2 off the bench. And Peyton Pritchard single-handedly has outscored all of the Magic bench, 34-33. We knew Drew was added right hamstring strain, but that was it. Brown talked about being ready to go for 40. He didn't say 40, but I think that was what he was implying. I guess that's not going to be the case. In game 1, Brown and Tatum easily outscored Banchero and Wagner. In game 2, Brown and Porzingis were outscored by Banchero and Wagner by 1. The problem is that the other 3 starters for the Celtics put in 81 points in those 2 games, while the other 3 starters for the Magic dropped 36 points. I mean, there's a huge difference. They're also giving up way too many threes, giving up way too many free throws, and being out rebounded. Do I think that will change here in game 3 in Orlando? Absolutely. And I hope I haven't screwed up. I need both Drew and Brown to be announced in, and then I can bet more. But at this point, if they're both announced out, at this point I have to wait. If they're both announced out, I just got to let go. Maybe see if I can get in live. If they're both announced in, then I can decide, do I want to move on the first half? And if so, So that's my situation here. I have the team total over 96.5. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Celtics Magic.
Yeah, even without Tatum, game 2 kind of just played out similar to game 1 with Paolo and Wagner having great games and not enough from the role players. With them being down 0-2, definitely some pressure on them, but I think it's good added pressure. Teams coming home game 3 down 0-2 since 2008 in the first half have gone 91-48 and 1 ATS, and after a loss of 6 or more points in the first half have gone 108 58 and 6 ATS. Those stats are active for the Orlando Magic and the Milwaukee Bucks today. So I think those are strong plays, but I feel like anytime I think the Orlando Magic are going to win a fucking game or can compete in a game, you just bet the fucking under. Like they just go under just crazily. They had probably the bottom 10 3-point shooting, but they've done a really good job on defense in this series, though. They've held Boston 107 points per game after they're the second best offensive rated team during the season. I think you roll out the unders in this one. First half not first half under, full game under 198. That line's moved down a couple of points, but I mean, I thought the last game went over on some bullshit. Boston team total under 101.5, minus 114. It's just like, all right, you take out Tatum, you take out Brown. Porzingis looks like he has a fucking bullet shot in his fucking forehead. How many people are you going to take off the fucking floor where it's got to affect you at one point? And it's game 3. The betting public thinks that, game 3 is a get up game, but in reality, bro, the Celtics don't give a fuck about this game. They really care more about the longevity of this playoff run and about being healthy. And I think Orlando is definitely going to come out hot. But anytime that you think Orlando is going to win a game, you bet the under.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think it makes sense. It's just like, Mally Mal saying, I hope the role players step up tonight. That's what role players do in the playoffs. They step up at home. They're invisible on the road. I love
from 85 points to 90, and Paolo and France don't combine for fucking 70 points. Like there's so many ways this game goes under. I just don't see how you bet an over in this game.
Oh, I think that this game, if the Magic are in complete control, the Celtics can let go a little bit and buckets can become much easier. I mean, we're talking about a real low total. I still really like the Magic team total over. I can understand the Celtics team total under, but I'm very comfortable here.
Team that's combined for their top 2 players to score over double-digit points and nobody else did. It's just like I can't put money on that.
I can very, very comfortably in game 3 of a series against the defending champs who are dealing with injuries, and they can let this game go.
I like the under. How many people are you going to take off the floor in this game where we just don't bet the fucking under? 196.5 total. What are we in 1990?
I love it. I love that. I love the playoffs this year. I love that games are meaningful. Wine time, my man. Take it away here for Celtics Magic.
Yeah, I'm going to move on the Magic in a couple different ways here. I'm going to move on the money. I'm going to move on money line first half minus 105. I know that they were already at plus 1.5 and I didn't get the value there, but I'm still going to take them here. I'm going to take them on the money line, though. I think they're going to get it done. I think this first half is going to be the best first half you see from the Magic here this whole series. I mean, they hung tight in that first half last game, and especially if Jaylen Brown does get announced out, this might get moved a little bit more. But I just think the Magic are alive tonight in general. I'm not going to move on full game, but I'm also going to move on the Celtics team total under 51 minus 110 right now. First half, I think the Magic are going to be able to shut them down in that first half, and they're going to take care of business easily. And I'm going to get in and get out in this game. Those are going to be my 2 plays in this one. Do I think the Magic are live to win this game? Absolutely. If they're going to get one, this has to be it. We're going to see them come out there motivated, especially to start. And like what Billy said, I mean, if you the Magic are going to win, you should probably bet the under because that's kind of how they trend. And we're seeing the total this low. We saw it this low last game. I believe it did go over last game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It went over bullshit over ever. It was like one of those Sangoon type shits of
for sure. I think that's like 207. I'm gonna stay away from the full game in this one. I'm gonna just stick to the first half and I'm gonna back this Orlando Magic team at home, being down 2-0 in this series, being absolutely desperate. I expect Paulo and Wagner to go out there and ball out in that first half too. And I expect guys off the bench to make their shots as well. So I love the Magic here in the first half. I'm going to stay away from the full game, just stick to the first half here and expect them to play well. I'm always on this trend when a team's down 2-0 heading to home. I usually always take the first half. Been doing it for the last couple of years. I'm going to do it here with the Orlando Magic. I think they're going to play some inspired basketball tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that I had it set perfect because I was like, that +1, I think that it's over. I think that, and then it moved to 1.5, and I was like, oh, perfect. It was moved. Looked like Celtics were moving to 5. I guess I just have to bet here that Brown and Drew play, and then I can come back in. Thank God I at least have the team total in already, but anyone can move on that right now.
What?
I thought. What?
he literally looked like he got shot in the fucking head in the last game. He was like bleeding all over his fucking forehead. Like, is Porzingis just a lock to play in this game? Like, I don't think so. Like,
oh yeah, it was a superficial. It was just like the elbow came down in a way where it was like it just like sliced him. It didn't.
It feels like they should rest him, though. I mean, the dude's been in bubble wrap the whole entire season. Like, I don't know. Like, how many people are you just going to pull off the fucking court where, like, it's not going to affect the Celtics team total? Like, the fuck are they scoring 100 points in this game for?
I hear what you're saying. I'd love to get in on the first half and the full game here. I'd love to invest more. My plan, though, was just to be on the first half. It's funny that I kind of messed this up. But hopefully I'll have a chance to get back in. Wine time on Magic first half, Celtics first half team total under 51. And Brizzy, what is official for you? The full game under?
Full game under 198 minus 112. I think it's sitting at minus 197 or not minus 197. The total's at minus. I keep on saying minus 197 minus 110. My bad. UFC weigh-ins just happened.
No worries. Let's roll in to game 2, fellas. 8 p.m. East first round. Indiana leading the series 2-0. And, you know, it's interesting when there was all this talk about what was going to change with Dame Dollar coming back into the lineup here. The line moved against the Pacers. And I really believe that the line moves aren't as important in the playoffs. And this could be wrong. It's something I've been fooling with for a couple of years. I moved on the Pacers -4 with comfort. Now, it was comfortable all game long, and all of a sudden it was 115, 113. But this is a clear Buck spot, BJ. You're absolutely right. But I don't trust them. I don't trust Doc. But he's saying all the right things. I just don't trust him. But maybe I'm leaving money on the table. Let's discuss this one. Pfizer form. Pacers were just a 500 road team. Dougie Wise on the Bucks. First quarter -2.5 at -115. Let me copy and paste that here. There we go. So we have a Pacers team that's 500 on the road. A Bucks team that's 27-14 at home. Drewski says you Pacers better watch out. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody on the Pacers. And look, there's no chance I'll be on the Pacers, but there we go. Coin on the Bucks too. Yeah, look, I get it. I get what you guys are all saying. I don't know if I get there. Maybe I will after hearing all you guys. Let's start with the spread here. We have the Milwaukee Bucks at -5 at -108. -5, -108. They opened up at -4. They got up to 6. So there was buyback, a full point of it. And this was a 5 about 45 minutes ago. That was a pick 'em. On the total here, we have, 5 a pick 'em. A total here we have is 230 at a pick 'em as well. This opened up at 230. We're back at 230. The Pacers last year destroyed Operation Garcia. They destroyed it single-handedly. And I was afraid that they would do the same this year, and they have. I don't have yesterday's numbers finished yet. I just have what happened on Thursday. What happened on Wednesday. So I will get tomorrow's numbers, yesterday's numbers figured out here shortly. The Pacers played the 6th fastest pace in the last 10 games of the regular season. This has been a pretty fastly paced series. That's why we're getting the 230, 98 possessions a game. Pretty fast for playoffs. In this series, the Pacers have looked great. 50.3 from the field, 41.4 from 3. They're shooting better from the field, better from 3. But now they head out on the road. The 3-point shooting for the Bucks has been poor. The last 10 games of the year, they were shooting phenomenal, 42.2%. Now they're shooting 31.9% through 2 games. But now, of course, they come back home. So we shall see. The numbers from the Action Network, we have 76 and 75 on the over. And then on the spread, we have 52% of tickets, 63% cash on the Milwaukee Bucks. So Indiana was in control. They got up as high as 16. They were in control the whole time. They won by 8. Everything was fine, but it did get close with 2.5 minutes left. Spicy P went for 24 and 11. Hallie went for 21 and 12. Giannis went for 34 and 18 and 7. Bobby Portis was a monster off the bench, 28 and 12. And Dame, first time we've seen him in 15 games through the blood clot in his right calf, 14.7 assists in 37 minutes. He didn't look very good. And Milwaukee shot the ball very, very well in the second game. When we talked about their numbers in the playoffs, as that they're not as strong at 31.9. That's just because of game one. They shot 50.6 from the floor, 40 from three, but they're not getting enough from Gary Trent Jr. and AJ Green. These are role players that are expected to step up, especially now that they're home. Those two guys shot 4 threes in game two. They're expected to shoot more here. Take it away, wine time. Pacers, Bucks.
Oh, I love this game. I'm loaded up on this one, Jim. 3 plays for me in this one. I'm going to move on the Bucks team total over 29.5 minus 110 in the first quarter. Tweeted these plays out last night on this game. I think the Bucks are going to go in there and they're going to absolutely smash from start to finish, especially in this first half. I think they're going to go out there and they're going to be able to easily score 30 points in that first quarter. They have to know that they have to at least to go out there and do that. And I think Giannis is going to have himself a game. I'm also on the Bucks team total over 59 minus 110 in the first half. These are still the same numbers. These lines have not moved, so you can get the same numbers. I thought I was going to beat these line movements. I thought they're going to move away from me. I thought the Bucks would probably be over 30 in the first quarter by now, still at 29.5 though. And then I'm going to move on this full game. I'm on the Bucks money line and Giannis over 32.5 points plus 140. 3 plays in this one for me. I'm trying to attack the Bucks in every way I can. I think they take care of business. I think they smash from start to finish. Probably should be on them spread full game too, and probably spread first half if I'm being completely honest. And I might. We'll see by the time in a couple hours before tip off. So I'm going to tweet those out. But there's a very I might get there with the Bucks in the first half. I mean, it's -5 right now, guys, and the whole game is right now sitting at 5.5. I mean, that tells us everything we need to know. I mean, the Bucks are going to take care of business in the first half. So I'll most likely end up moving on it too. Not right now. Those are my 3 plays though. Absolutely loading up on the Bucks tonight. I think they showed a lot of heart in that last game. Dame coming back, didn't play great. He's missed some time. We're going to see how they play his minutes and stuff like that. But he's definitely a guy that when he came to Milwaukee, I mean, he wants to win. He's got that beef with Tyrese out there. It seems like they're always chit-chatting back and forth throughout the whole game right there. Let's see if Dame can have himself a game and get off to a hot start, make some of those 3-pointers to start the game. Because the way Giannis is playing right now, man, there's no one out there that can stop him. There's no one. I mean, when he attacks the rim, you have to foul him. I mean, if you don't foul him, he's going to score. And you have to hope that he goes 1 of 2 from the free throw line. But there's going to be no one there counting down his seconds when he's at the free throw line. So I think this is a Bucks smash spot. I think they get themselves back in this series. And then we see where we go in game 4. But I think the Bucks are definitely still live in this series. But it's one game at a time, and it starts here. So I'm on the Bucks in a big way in the first half, and just their team total in general.
First quarter team total over 29.5. What was the first half?
Over 59 minus 110.
And then Bucks to win, Giannis for 30 plus.
Giannis for over 32.5, so 33 plus.
Oh, over 32.5. And what was that?
Plus 140.
I'm ready.
All right. There we go. Let's hear from our guy, Brizzy. Take it away, Pacers, Bucks.
Right there with one time on this. Hallie's been doing the trolling Dame shit since last year in the Cup when he did the Dame time thing. And then it looked like Dame was about to start fighting him in game 1. He said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even 100% healthy, but I'm just going to play. And his 80% is better than what the fuck Ryan Hollins was out there doing, or Rollins, whatever the fuck his name is. So it's like you got to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt of not playing for a month and a half and then just showing up and playing. In his heart, it looked like he wanted to be there, and that's all I needed to see. This is a must-win game tonight. Giannis continues being the best player on the floor, but it just hasn't translated to wins yet. Portis has had great performances off the bench. Milwaukee's played their best basketball at home this year, and the Pacers are damn near barely up 500 team on the road this year. Like we just talked about in the last game, teams down 0-2 since 2006 in the first half, 91, 48, and 1 ATS. And then after I lost 6 or more points since 2006, 108, 58, and 6 ATS. I moved on this 3 ways. Milwaukee first half. I have Milwaukee in a parlay. If you wanted to tail the parlay, you can't tail it because the tennis game is already over. If you wanted to alternative it, Birmingham Stallions play at 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight. UFL, biggest favorite of the UFL games this weekend. They're 11.5-point favorite over Memphis. They should definitely smash in that game. Even if you wanted to do double result on Birmingham, that's definitely in the cards. Give you a hindsight, there's 4 games this weekend. They're minus 700, and the next highest favorite's minus 150. That tells you they're going to smash in that spot. But I'll give out the same game parlay here. Giannis, double-double. Damian Lillard, 3+ threes. Milwaukee to win, plus 164. You could tail that over on FanDuel. Make sure you use the Pick Vault link throughout our affiliates and tail that play over there on FanDuel. You can get a nice little bonus on that. And they have a live bet token for tonight that we'll be using on this LA Lakers game because I got to get on out of here. Lakers smash spot tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if they lose, you double down on game 4.
I'm heavy on the other side of this one.
I wish we could talk about this one. I do got to go out here. Make sure you guys check me out. Billy Brisbane, DFS, over on X. We'll be tweeting out all the plays very shortly.
Be well, Brizzy, my man. Yes, I love. Oh shoot, sorry, I screwed that up. There we go. Thank you, Jose. I love this next game, but great stuff from our 2 guys. I don't know if I'm going to get there on the Bucks, and it's okay if I leave money on the table in this one. But I'll sit with it for longer, and of course, with BJ on it, I'll be thinking about it a lot. All right, let's roll here. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. LA Lakers at Minnesota Timberwolves, Target Center, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I moved last night on the -3. I didn't think I got reg. I think I had to pay a few cents of vig. Let me just double check. I have a recollection of it not being a -110, -106. Okay, good. -3, -106. I was hoping it'd be at 4 right now, but it's at 3.5. I'm fine with that. We're at the Target Center, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's take a look at the line history here. We've had the Timberwolves -3.5, -108. They opened up at -3 at -105. The market didn't always move towards them. You got a -3, -104 at 3:30 in the morning. I'm surprised at that. I moved at maybe 1 in the morning or something like that. From a total perspective, we have a 208 -110 to the under. This has been climbing. Opened up at 206.5. We've had very low scoring games. I don't think this is tricky, BJ. I like the zigzag a lot. I like everything that the Timberwolves have shown, especially putting up 85 points, their lowest output of the season in game 2. I like it very, very much. I think this is just a really wonderful situation here. And then my expectation is we'll have to see the Lakers, step up, play huge in game 4. Now, can the Lakers step up in game 3, go into Minnesota and win this game? Yes. It's not beyond the realm of possibilities. They can, very much so. But this is as exciting of a basketball. I know Minnesota had a big run last year, but come on. Lakers come down in round 1. I mean, this is just massive. After being in the conference final last year, I mean, this is just so exciting. 27% tickets, 31% cash on the over, says Coin. We've got here 52 and 51 on the Lakers. It's split. I was not afraid of. I didn't think I needed to wait either. I didn't think there was going to be extra, Lakers love late. I just felt this set up perfectly for Minnesota here. So Ant has 23.5 points per game. He's shooting 40.9 from the field. I mean, I think he goes off tonight. In saying that, do I want a player prop with Ant on the over? I don't know if I do. I mean, speaking of which, Jokic had that triple-double very early. He did not go over 49.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He landed at 49. That would have been a really angry loss if I had moved on that. Is it possible that the Timberwolves are way up? So again, I just think it's a great spot. Coming back home with all the energy. Julius Randle's look great, 21.5 points per game. McDaniel, 16.5. Naz Reid, 16. It's all Luka and it's nothing else. I mean, LeBron has 20. Austin Reeves averaging 16. Rui Hachimura, 10. There's certain buildings that are going to be electric tonight. And I believe that the two buildings that are going to be absolute mayhem is the Bell Center in Montreal and the Target Center in Minneapolis. I think it's going to be the most exciting night that you could possibly imagine. Goosebumps. Everybody's going to lose their voice. And I think the Timberwolves are going to comfortably take care of business. And then I can't wait to see if the Lakers have an answer in game 4. That's how I've scripted out this game. The Lakers aren't shooting the ball well in this series, 42.4 and 30 from 3. This pace has dropped to 88 possessions a game. Lakers were playing 97.9 in the last 10 games, and Minnesota 96.1. Minnesota wants to slow it down. I think the Lakers try and speed it up tonight, and I think it's a wonderful spot for the Timberwolves. And I wonder if I should do more by using Ant in some sort of an SGP. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear you, Wine Time. You got the Lakers jersey on. I'd be fascinated to hear if you're on the other side, and it's all good if you are, my friend. Take it away, Lakers, Timberwolves.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, man, you're looking at this game the exact same way. Yeah, I'm wearing the jersey. I'm a fan, but yeah, I'm not going to back the Lakers here in this spot. I haven't moved on the Timberwolves yet, but this is definitely a Timberwolves type spot, Jim. I mean, I've watched LeBron James my whole life, watched the Lakers my whole life. I've watched them be on those Lakers the last couple of years. They don't necessarily need this game tonight. They need one of these games. They got that in game 2. They came out with a great game plan to start the game, scoring 34 points, holding Minnesota only 15. But you touch on it. This is going to be an electric environment in Minnesota tonight. And I think if Ant starts off hot and if they score 34 points in that first quarter, this ball game is going to be over by then. It's just going to be. So I agree with you. I'm very close to moving on the Timberwolves, and even at a 3.5, even at a 4, because I think they win this game. If they win this game, they win this game by probably 8 to 12 points, maybe even more. Who knows? But I do expect the Lakers to have a great game plan going into game 4, getting a couple extra days, being in Minnesota for a couple days, and soaking in that loss. But with this game right here, I'm very much with you on the Timberwolves. I would not back the Lakers here in this spot. It doesn't seem like a good spot. Last night could have gotten a -3 when I wanted to move on it, wanted to wait a little bit. I'm not sure why, because now it's a 3.5. It's probably going to get to a 4, but like I said, you can still move on. Even when it gets to a 4, I'll still move on it, because I do believe if the Timberwolves win this game, it's going to be by 5+. It's going to probably be by 8 to 12 points, and they take care of business. But they're going to need that early start. That place is going to be electric. If Ant starts off 3 of 3 from 3, and a couple of these other role players step up, make shots that they did in the last game, could be over pretty quick for the Lakers here. This is coming from a Lakers fan, so I'm definitely with you on the Timberwolves. Nothing official as of right now. I'm going to look at this game a little more as the day goes on. Going to be watching this game, going to be locked in. But yeah, I'll most likely be on the Timberwolves here in this spot, man. Game 3.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And Joshua Alexander saying thinking the Lakers don't need this game is crazy. Like, I mean, look, this is an important game that I'm sure they would like to win. Minnesota coming off scoring 85 points after being in control in game 1. I think it's just I'm a little curious as to why this Ant number is not going up from 26.5. I'd almost prefer to see a 27.5 right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if I need to bother. I don't even think I need to bother, honestly. But I might put together a little rec SGP, with Ant. I'll take a look at it. And maybe I also think if I want to invest more in this game, I don't think this is necessary either. I could take a double result. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that the you notice not one person in the chat saying Timberwolves first half.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't this isn't a situation where it's like the Timberwolves have to answer. Now, I do think they kind of need to answer, but they don't. They just put up 85 points, but they're coming home in front of their fans. They're healthy. And it's just, for me, this is a perfect spot to back them. I can understand Also Joshua was saying that a 3.5 isn't a profitable number. Look, they're playing the Lakers, and the Lakers just soundly defeated them. And the Lakers are coming to town with Luka and LeBron. Like, I mean, I expected this to be a 3. I expected it to be a 4, honestly, and I was hoping it'd move to 4.5. So when I saw the 3, I bet it. So I hear that. I think it's just a great situation to make money. It's too bad we can't hear Brizzy's look on the Lakers. Billy Friedrich is also on the Lakers money line. Torrey Coker on Lakers first quarter in his pocket. I don't think I need to. Maybe for the SGP, I could, take the double result and like something like that. But I'm certainly not going to put a unit. All I need them is to win by 3.5. They can be down 10 going into the fourth quarter, and you can still cash that. Like I don't need to put all my eggs in one basket where it's just going to be a clinical victory. But I really like the Wolves here. I love them here, and I'd like to see this close at 4 and the public move on the Lakers, and we'll see if that happens. This has been a. I guess I keep thinking we started 11. Oh, it's not been so bad, man. We're not even a 4H. Oh, we're fine. We're fine here. Wine time. You put in Yeoman's work here today. I hope you are richly rewarded for all of your hard work. I really, really do. Can you please review your NBA action, my friend?
Yeah, guys, we'll start off with the action I originally tweeted out last night, and then we'll go into the added action and then my potential lead for the late game. We're going to start off here. Bucks team total over 29.5, minus 110 in the first quarter. We're also on the Bucks team total over 59, minus 110 in the first half. We also moved on the Bucks money line and Giannis Antetokounmpo over 32.5 points plus 140. Added plays for today, guys, that we just tweeted out. Magic first half money line minus 105 and Celtics team total under 51. We got minus 115 on that one. So we ended up moving on that as well. So that's our 5 plays. We're also thinking about maybe moving on the Timberwolves here tonight, minus 3.5, minus 4, whatever we get at in a couple hours. I'm going to assume this is going to be a 4, and I'll still move on it if I see a 4. But as of right now, I'm going to stay off that game, but I have a big lean towards the Timberwolves, and I'll most likely be on the Timberwolves. You guys will just have to follow me on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. I'll tweet it out. I'll make sure to do it too, probably about an hour before tip off.
I love it. One time. Excellent work, my friend. It turns out that I kind of screwed up with the Magic spot, just only being on the team total over 96.5 right now. I'm going to wait. I'm going to hope that Drew and Jalen Brown are announced in. If they are announced in, then I'm going to, make some decisions around that. If they're out, I'll maybe look to get in on something live, and I'll just let it go. Other than that, team total over, and I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I what I don't want to do now is it out of anger bet the 3.5 or bet the plus a half first half, and then see that I could have been more patient. And part of that is because if I had been more patient in this Cubs game, I'd be sitting here with an over 7.5 and not an over 8. And so if patience hurts me here, so be it. I don't think I'm gonna get to the Bucks with you guys. And maybe that's a mistake. Maybe the Pacers are in my head. They have a lot of teamwork. They have something to prove. They have a coach whom I believe in. Maybe it's a mistake not being with you guys on the Bucks. And then I'm on the Wolves, and I think I'd like to add a little SGP for fun here. Saturated says, how's Ja's status affect Operation Garcia in Game 4? Well, first off, they're lucky that it's been announced, and they didn't have the player props. The worst thing that can happen to Operation Garcia is you have the player props listed, Ja's on there, and then he doesn't play, and then everybody else's numbers would have gone way up. So at least it sets up nicely. But I'm not with you guys about smashing the Grizzlies team total unders or smashing the Thunder, because Ja was a questionable character this year, and there are some players with character on that basketball team. And we remember a couple years ago when these Grizzlies were better without Ja on the floor, and now we know why. I wouldn't put it past Memphis to play 24 minutes or play out of their mind for a little bit like they just did a week earlier. So I would pump the brakes on. We've just seen it too often. Now, look, this is a very important basketball game. It's not a meaningless game. Sometimes when the star is out in a meaningless game, the players step up. maybe this is a very important game and maybe they won't, but I certainly wouldn't be clamoring to fade the Grizzlies, who could be more than the sum of their parts, whereas with Ja, they're less than the sum of their parts. So I'd tap the brakes on that plan personally. Wine Time, spectacular work as always, man. You put out so much effort, and you've been so rewarded for your effort, and that's what I love about life. And I've seen how much cash you've been making, and I love seeing it. So please support our guy Wine Time Sports here, a big part of our channel. I'm gonna put his X handle here in the chat. Please hit the link if you're not already following him. And Saturated says Ja doesn't go down. The series is 2-1. Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely look. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to be more than, when everybody counts them out. We know how sports works. When everybody counts you out, you got nothing to lose, and there's nothing more dangerous than someone with nothing to lose. In all walks of life, if someone's got nothing to lose, don't get in a fight with that guy.
Yeah,
because you'll get stabbed in the throat. So it's fun. Wine Time, excellent job. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Yeah, always a good time doing this show with you, Jim, my man. Love doing this with you. Let's get rewarded now, man. We got a big night ahead for both of us. We've got a loaded card. Excited to be talking back and forth with you for tonight's game. Can't wait to cap these next week's games with you, my man. And let's get rewarded tonight. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Good luck to you guys. See you guys over the weekend, I'm sure, in the chat on Say Plays tomorrow. Check them out there. And give me a follow at Wine Time Sports, guys. Love you guys. Let's keep getting this cash. Let's go, baby. Let's get it.
Let's get it. There he is. Wine Time Sports. This is an extremely important show. There's going to be a lot of investing here in this card. So I hope that we dug deep and did a great job on it. And I hope we see the fruits of our labor, which it's, I don't know about you guys, but like around 656, 657, nobody needs to tell me it's 7. Like I know it. I just feel it. Like all of a sudden I'm like, whew, must almost be 7. Like, this is a wild feeling that I get. And we're going to get it tonight, man. Please welcome back our co-host here, the Star Say Hey Plays, Mr. Jose Two Tits Bouquett. Jose, my man, AOD, we love you, man. Kelly McKinnon says, let's race. Jose, how are you? And are you more confident with your action or less?
Why would I be less confident?
Like I told you, like with the Lightning, I knew as soon as I'd bet it, I was nervous. My first 5 bets, the lines have gone heavily against me.
In baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't looked at any of the odds or anything like that. It's like a hot grenade, Jimmy. After I make the bets, I'm like, I'm done. I don't want to look at it. I just don't want to see it. I just know my action, and then we can go from there. But no, I feel great. We'll find out here shortly, I guess, huh?
Yeah, and I needed this game to start. This baseball game to start at 3 because the wind had died way down. That's no longer the case. Tariq B, my man, thank you for rocking with us. Let's race, shall we? Let's race, and then we will review all action. Jose, what animals are racing here today?
Though I am learning about Todd Pletcher. Though I am learning about Francisco Vittori. I forgot the fucking guy's name already.
Frankie Dettori. Sure.
Yeah, I'm learning about these humans. I decided we've mentioned Mikey Money's name once. Let's race his fucking dogs here. Let's race his dogs.
Just before we do, thank you to all of the gold members. It's very impactful and it keeps us alive. So thank you so much for all of that. How many gold members do we have?
The solid 80. Firm 80. Shout out to you guys. We appreciate you guys. Let's get more. Hopefully you guys
in a minute and a half, eh? You want a real race here, eh?
Yeah, I was feeling frisky today. So so it's gonna be a fun one. Let's race these dogs. Appreciate everyone. Shout out to you guys. Let's shove off here, and here we go. The dogs are barking here today. Joey Marinaccio poking his nose out front right now with Matty Ice down there, as well as Randall Sheffield in the mix. Even Jose Bouquett making an appearance down there as well. How rare. Gorky in the mix there, 46. Truth Teller, the 6 horse dog down there. But Randall Sheffield, that bitch can run. That bitch is running down there. Big Show Picks making another appearance here. Can Big Show do it again? And here comes Gerald Jones, Bo Jackson, but Randall Sheffield, as I don't know, as inevitable as taxes, he's up there. As calm as the autumn breeze, he's up there, Jimmy.
Lil Domo also making a move. Ken Wood finds himself in first place. Sammy Calmer also moving forwardly. We have Chosen One moving very, very nice on the outside, gaining lengths every step here. And there's Jeff Slaughter also making a power move. Browns Hughes also down. Some meat. And here comes Fat Wally. Fat Wally and Big O. Big O trying to find the wall. Big O, something bad happened. T-Moss, though. T-Moss sees the wire. Is he going to have $50 added to his bankroll? $50 American to his bankroll. Here comes the cavalry. Can T-Moss come home with it? No, T-Moss, no. No, he can't. Ricky Bobby looking for the wire. He's got to get there. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. No. Joseph Thompson, who we have not seen in so long. The field goal kick master, Joseph Thompson. I must remember to message him. Joseph Thompson getting paid $50 richer here. Excellent work from our Greyhounds. A lot of excitement around whether or not Nasty Nate would get into the cash. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here today. So we'll have to sit back and be. Okay. Nasty Nate says, don't eat the beef teriyaki at the New Dragon in Narragansett, Rhode Island. So that's another important note that we will take right to the bank. Jose, right to the bank. Let's do a quick review of action here. Coins action, beautiful. Coin, Orlando plus 4.5, Milwaukee minus 5.5, Minnesota minus 3.5. Then we have Minnesota under 205.5 in NBA. Toronto money line, Kansas City money line, Colorado money line, San Francisco under 7.5. That Toronto game, I'm gonna have quite a bit invested in. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about all of this, honestly. It's going to be a very fun day. I'd like to do a review of action here. And then, Jose, we'll close with your review here. Let's put this right there. We go. AM is on that Phillies Cubs over 8. I'm with them, too. Hope we can get a late rush towards the over. That would be glorious if that could be the... Oh! And we just got it. All right. It just moved back to 8. Okay, well that's.
You're talking about Cubs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I forgot what the abbreviations are, but Sports 411, whatever that is. I forget again. I forget. TJ.
That's a big one. I think that's Penny. I know.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
No,
yeah.
Pinnacle's beside it, but yes, it is a big one. I know that. That's why I have it in the front. Moved it to 8 as well here. Penny still has 7.5. Heritage has 8. BetMGM also and Caesars have 8 as well, and Circa just moved it to 8 as well.
Oh, that's makes me feel much more comfortable. That game is supposed to have first pitch in 32 minutes. Torrey Coker coming off a huge night. He's on Bucks third quarter -0.5. That's his play of the day. We have Respect play of the day from Rez Mob on the under 198.
Jimmy, you want to feel really good? ESPN Bet apparently has 8.5.
Come on.
That's crazy.
That's a really
it's the only book. I don't know why. I mean, I'll give this shit a refresh, but that is nuts, huh?
Spooner is on the Reds, Brewers, and Nats for our friend Morgan Spooner. Let's copy in that. Good God, we're gonna have so much action tonight. Feels good. Feel very thankful. AM says still going over, no problem. That's what I want to hear. AM. Frank Virginia on the Cubs -2, Detroit -2. Perky is on the Phillies money line. Slow Jams on the Phillies money line. Stacks play today. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. RBI +140. Barry Smith is on the over 7.5 in the Frisco game. BJ's best bet, Milwaukee Bucks money line. Locked this in 2 nights ago after game 2. Nice job. Pig Milk play today. The Nats +1.5. Faded the Mets moving to a new city with 7-game winning streak, which I will be on here. I hope I mentioned that. God, I've got a lot of action to put in. But again, I'm going to do it very calmly, very relaxed.
Shower, perhaps.
I'm going to take a shower, yeah, and be very thoughtful.
But you're not going to put your action in the shower.
No, I will not do that. No. So then in the National Hockey League. Oh, let's see if that changed. Because I realized late. Oh God, it hasn't. It's moved to the under. I have some interest in this over 5.5 in Carolina, New Jersey. Wow, this would be another move back to the under.
Some more things to make you feel better about, by the way. Jimmy Spoon saying ESPN Bet has been really sharp when they hang a line minus 125 or over. Under hits 4 out of 5 times in the line I've noticed. This one is 8.5 minus 125 to the over in your game, which is very interesting.
It's 8.5 and it's heavily juiced to the over?
Yeah, it's minus 125.
Weird. So weird. Okay. I might move on this Hurricanes doubles over. I mean, the Hurricanes don't have last change. I think that's a sharp play. I think I'm going to bet that. I'm heavily invested in the Oilers, and I'm going to add to that investment on the Oilers plus 1.5. Thank you to Billy Friedrich. Win or lose, thank you. But I think it's going to win. Then coin is on the Cubs double result at plus 130. Mr. Ron Crawford's play of the day. We talked about it in hockey. It's the Edmonton Oilers, which I'm bullish on. Bullish. And Mr. Ron Crawford's MLB play of the day is your San Diego Padres. San Diego Padres minus 1.5. Did we get a taint play of the day?
I don't think so, no. I don't have my phone on me.
So shout out to our guy, Ronnie Crawford. Padres run line. Then I've got 5 bets that I'm kind of nervous about. Tarp's coming off the field for the Cubs game, says Kelly Beautiful. I moved on a run in the first inning in the Cubs game to get us started. So
is that your first one of the year?
That's my yes, I believe so. Yes, it is. I've had score first, but not first inning. So yes.
Yeah, I figured you don't bet those often.
No, but there's a couple things that I want to add in. I need to start betting more team total overs. You know, AM says your fee is crazy. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm excited about that. Very excited about the your fee. It is the whole thing. AM is I'm attacking Taiwan Walker. With the right-handed bats.
Oh, you need 3 outs.
Cubs have, and then I'm attacking as well Colin Ray a little bit with the lefties, whatever. But I'm attacking the first inning. I'm attacking.
What did you get on that, by the way?
A plus 111. Okay. Then I have the AM says you need to think about the long run. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Jose's going to go over his action. Oh no, AM! I've never been like that. I can win a bet and not care less. Not care less. It was just either that or the first 3 over, and so I'm very comfortable with the whole situation. And then the first 3 under 2.5, I expect to add to Baltimore, Detroit, but I'm also already on Detroit first 5 in full game. I would love to know that line has moved back to the Tigers, and it is not. It was going in that direction. It got to minus 119 at 3. But I'm very nervous about that. Nationals money line, the Blue Jays, but I'm not sure how to do it because I do want to stay away from our bullpen. So not that it's been bad, but so it's first 3 or first 5. No, AM, I don't. It's first 5 unders, AM, that I don't bet. That's it. That's the only thing. So a lot of people thought it was just first 5s. No, it's just first 5 unders that I've cut. So it's first 3 or first 5 for the Jays. And I'm not sure what else. I could do a your fee in this game because of Barrios and Carlos Carrasco I want to get after. Then I want the Guardians first 5, but I don't think that game will go. I'm still going to bet it. Then the Twins on the run line, Angels team total under. Then I'm leaving you guys because you and Winetime are heads up in Astros Royals. I'm looking at the first 3 under 2.5 in Brewers Cardinals. I'm looking at the first 3 under 2.5 in Cincinnati, Colorado. And then I'm interested in the Braves. I'm going to leave the Mariners alone. I know the huge line moved towards them, but first day traveling back, a little uncomfortable. And then the A's on the run line. I got to figure out what to do with Skeens because I think he can get 9 outs. And then I guess the first 3 under 2. I did want that full game under until Jose told us about the issues with the bullpen here. So there you go. There you go. That is my plan MLB, which I'll put into fruition here in a second. And then I'm already on the Magic team total over. I'd like to add to that, but I'm kind of angry with the line movement. I'd rather just wait because I hope that those that Drew and Jaylen Brown are in. And then I'm on the Wolves with confidence at -3. Might put an SGP together for that game. And then I think I'll stay off the Bucks, but cheer you guys on. So here you go. Jose Bouquet, review your MLB action.
Nationals +1.5, -105 for me. Fading that changing city thing we've talked about very often. And then the rest of these are money line again. Baltimore +108, Toronto +121, Kansas City +103, St. Louis -127, Colorado +108. Fuck you, Troy. And Tampa Bay Rays money line +127 as well. So those are all my plays. Should be a very fun night.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I hope. Shout out to all you guys in the chat. We can't do it without you. Please support Pub Sports TV. Jose, do you mind putting the Pub Sports TV link in if you can quickly? If you could click on the Pub Sports TV and give it a link, be subscribers to it. It would mean a lot to us. Thank you for all your action, AM. I've got it copied and pasted, my friend. So let me just do that right here. Thank you for putting it all in one fell swoop. There's my guy Cuban Connect in the house. What up, Cuban Connect? Got this all copied him. He's on the T-Wolves with me. I love it. Let's get that here. And he's on Spicy P.
Jimmy Saturated needs some help.
Yeah. What's that?
He says, JFC, what do you say when a girl asks, would you say you love me yet?
Wow.
And the context maybe is it's a half drunk girl at a baseball game. Well, what would your response to that be?
Of course I do, baby.
There you go, Saturated. Problem solved.
Turnsy's biggest bet of his life on the Oilers tonight. I love it, man.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Lie. Shout out to all you guys. Saturated, Turnsy, Philly, Eagle Flyer, Cuban Connect, AM, Spooner, T Moss, Coin doing so much work for us in the chat. Thank you. Aubrey, Travis, Kelly, McKinnis, Dougie Wise, Chill Will. What a great group. Mally, Mal, A, Yo, D. Shout out to Lil Domo, Uncle Mike, too. Chill Will. Love the fam. Wager Detective, Tariq B, Justin McKelvey. Thank you guys so much. Steve Eleftarian, thank you, my friend. Thank you all. You guys, Rants, Drewski, Andrew G, all of you guys put so much into this show. Joshua Alexander, Tori Coker, and love seeing the Panthers cash for you, Tori. Thank you guys. LJ from H-Town, Troy Torrance, Gorky, thank you for your ongoing support. It means a ton to us. Thank you all so much. Truly, thank you. Jose, can you bless our action and let us into the future, my friend?
Yep. Don't forget, tomorrow we're back at it, 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern time. Say Hey Plays, me, Debbie Cab, and you guys in the chat as well joining us. Don't forget to watch. Got a best bet. Join us. But till then, let's make some money tonight. Let's be in a good mood tomorrow morning. Let's not pace around the apartment and be annoyed at yourself all day today. Let's have a good day today. Good luck, and let's let Jay Halos bookmakers.